Основной зал, занимайте свои места, располагайтесь, а также убедительная просьба привести ваши мобильные телефоны в беззвучный режим. Мы готовы начинать. Dear participants, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start our next panel session after lunch break. In a few minutes, please proceed to the main hall and take your seats. And one more time, let me please ask you, set your cell phones to silent mode. Dear participants, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, as the Asia-Pacific region prepares for the growing needs and opportunities for sustainable infrastructures, ADFIAP member DFIs, partner organizations, and guests are convening today for the 46th ADFIAP annual meetings with the theme DFIs and Sustainable Infrastructure, Operating Models and Methods. Our conference topics revolving around the theme will be covered in 4 sessions. Session 1, Digital Infrastructure. Session 2, Water, Energy and Communal Infrastructure. Session 3, Transport, Logistics, including food and agriculture-related infrastructure. Session 4, Finance Infrastructure. Dear guests, please welcome the moderator for Session 1, Chairman of the Association of DFIs in Malaysia, Mr. Itzwan Zainuddin. A warm welcome.
Ladies and gentlemen, a very good afternoon. I hope every one of you had a good lunch. I did had a good lunch, and then I really need my cup of coffee to keep me awake. It was such a good food, and I really enjoyed it. Thank you. Thank you to the organizers. Ladies and gentlemen, today we have Ms. Cecilia, President, CEO of the Land Bank of Philippines. Welcome. Mr. Saji, Chairman of National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development of India. Mr. Tigran, Vice Chairman and Management Board, Chief of the Fund of Digital Initiative, Eurasian Development Bank. And finally, Mr. Adama Mariko, Deputy Director of Mobilization, Partnerships and Communication and Secretary General of AFD. Welcome. So warm welcome to everyone here today. It is my great honor to be here today as the moderator for the insightful discussion on the topic of digital infrastructure. In this era of rapid advancing technology and interconnectedness, the significance of digital infrastructure cannot be overstated. Digital infrastructure serves as the backbone of our modern society, enabling seamless communication, innovation, and progress across various sectors. It is encompassed the network, hardware, software, data centers, call upon me. In the interest of time, I think we will do slightly different from what we did this morning. I will let all the 4 panelists to present their presentation first, then we will save our questions at the end of the 4th presenter. Okay? With that, I would like to invite Ms. Cecilia, President and CEO of Land Bank of Philippines, to begin with your presentation.
Okay, good afternoon, and thank you for the kind introduction. I'd also like to take this opportunity to thank the Eurasian Development Bank, led by Mr. Nikolai Podgudov, for hosting this conference. So, let me begin by giving a brief overview of the digital infrastructure in the Philippines and how the Land Bank of the Philippines, the country's biggest government financial institution, is contributing to the digitalization strides to boost efficiency and productivity across all sectors. Let's look at the numbers and digital adoption and use. The Philippines has 85.16 million internet users at the start of 2023, with internet penetration at 73.1%. 84.45 million are social media users, or 73% of the 116.5 million total population. The Philippines ranks among the top 3 countries in terms of hours spent using the internet per day. Filipinos spend an average of 9 hours and 14 minutes daily, with a global average of only 6 hours and 37 minutes. These numbers clearly show the high internet usage. However, internet usage is not a reflection of the health of the internet network in my country. Which brings me to some of the challenges of digital infrastructure in the Philippines. One is slow connectivity caused by pervasive network congestion. The number of mobile subscribers per tower is more than 3 times above the average in the East Asia and the Pacific region. There are also regulatory constraints for new players to enter the telecom market, which limit competition among service providers. The installation of towers and stations are likewise bogged down by burdensome processes for obtaining permits and licenses. Another is the high-cost internet services, driven by the cost of connecting and maintaining infrastructure across the country's hundreds of islands with mountainous and tropical topology. We face an average of 20 typhoons annually that halt business and disrupt communication and electricity supply for days. The good news is that the national government has made digital transformation one of its priority programs, and collective actions are being taken to improve connectivity, especially in underserved areas. Increased competition among service providers, and fast-track permits and processes to ramp up infrastructure expansion. These are welcome developments to pave the way for a robust digital economy that will significantly improve people's daily lives. Among others, it will result to more convenient payment channels, faster delivery of social services to sectors in need, and prompt information dissemination and rescue efforts during disasters, and greater access to education and training opportunities. The nation's policy agenda on digitalization is also anchored on making the financial system more inclusive, with banks playing a major role in this area. We have this era of accelerated digital transformation and post-pandemic recovery. The convenience and accessibility offered by digital financial services have fast-tracked the shift of customers to online banking and payments. The share of digital payment transactions to total transactions grew to 30%, while the total value increased to 44%. Our central bank, the Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas, is aiming to grow digital payments to 50% of total retail payments and increase the number of Filipino adults with bank accounts to 70% by year-end. The Philippines currently has 6 digital banks, including Land Bank's own subsidiary, the Overseas Filipino Bank, which services Filipinos across the globe. In support of this development agenda, Land Bank has taken a more assertive push for financial inclusion and digital transformation. Let me share 3 of our initiatives in pursuit of these objectives. First is banking the unbanked. Through a co-location strategy, we work with the Philippine Statistics Authority to facilitate the account opening for unbanked Filipinos during their registration for the national ID. This resulted to 8.35 million previously unbanked Filipinos onboarded and introduced to a wide array of banking services. We also brought in more Filipinos into the formal banking system through the Land Bank Digital Onboarding System, or what we fondly call DOBS. This system has significantly shortened the account opening time for our customers and allowed them to open deposit accounts using their smartphones. Another is the introduction of the PISO account, designed for students, vendors, household helpers, drivers, farmers, and fishers to open their accounts with only 1 peso as initial deposit. The second initiative is onboarding digital merchants. We forged strategic partnerships with various sectors in support of the bigger thrust to connect people and government in order to build an inclusive digital finance ecosystem that promotes ease of doing business, transparency, and accountability. We work closely with the national agencies and local government units to achieve greater efficiency in their operations and service delivery by adopting digital payments for disbursements and collections. We offer them a web-based payment channel called the Land Bank LinkBiz portal that provides their constituents with accessible and convenient online payment platform of local fees and charges. The Land Bank's LinkBiz portal will be linked to the eGov portal being developed by the Department of Information and Communications Technology, envisioned to be the single operating system for government transactions. We have also certified more than 1,000 agent banking partners whom we tap to provide basic banking services in unbanked areas throughout our country. The third initiative is sustained effort to improve access to formal financial services. This includes supporting the Paleng QR Plus. It's a program of the Philippine Central Bank to promote quick response code payments to market vendors and local transport drivers, thus making the payment process convenient, faster, and secure. Works are also underway to provide market vendors with a digital facility where they can avail of loans, transfer funds, pay their obligations, and do other transactions. As the main distribution arm of the national government social protection programs, Land Bank provides vulnerable sectors improved access to local financial services. 10 million of these social beneficiaries have transactional accounts, thus enabling them to perform essential banking transactions. So from market vendors, drivers of public vehicles, to transport cooperatives, we continue to build an ecosystem that is inclusive and responsive to the profile and requirements of those in the lower economic strata. These are some of the initiatives that Land Bank is pursuing to help build a resilient digital economy which businesses and communities can flourish. The world is indeed moving into rapid digitalization, and collaboration is the key. I would welcome learning from your experiences as we work towards a financially inclusive region to realize digital dividends for the benefit of all. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you, Mrs. Leah, for the wonderful presentation. Okay, without further ado, I would like to invite Mr. Saji, Chairman of National Bank of Agriculture and Rural Development of India, to present.
Good afternoon to all. I think I have a small presentation to make, and my job is made easier by my previous speaker who went into specifics of how. Can you load the presentation? Yeah, okay. So she was mentioning about the specifics of how they approached it. But in the lesson from India is that how we imagined the structure, how the collaborations were made, how the journey started. Actually, the India story is how private sector partnered with government, because you all know public sector may not have sufficient expertise to set up state-of-the-art technology as a digital infrastructure. So partnership with private sector is needed in terms of knowledge at least. Money, yes, public sector will have. So that was how India's journey started, that one of the leading software companies, the CEO of that software company partnered with the government, the Infosys Technology Limited, and he developed the India stack. Can you go to the next? I think how the slides move? Yes. So coming to the overarching impacts, one is that no, it builds formal economy. Indian economy was till recently mostly informal economy, but then because of the digital adoption in a drastic way and in a faster way, maybe the last 6-7 years, the Indian digital adoption was higher. In fact, recent reports states that the digital transactions have overtaken the next 4 largest economies in the country, in the world, at least by 4 times. That's what the extent to which digital adoption happened. And it encourages equitable growth. Equitability in growth is what DFIs are concerned about. So if you want to have equitable growth, then we need to have a leveler, and that leveler is the digital adoption. Next. Yeah, so how India moved ahead? The numbers, almost 1.1% of the GDP was the expenditure saved. The India stack, which is the backbone, which I told about how we reimagined, or rather the strategies were done, how we structured that. The basic is the India stack. And of course, because of the wider, the huge population and the economies of scale, India has the lowest mobile data rates in the world, and transfer payments instant at almost 0 rate, and almost a lot of informalization happened. A lot of people came to tax net, and that in turn improved the GDP. And of course, for the banks to reach the unaccessed, there is a lowering of their cost in identifying the customers. And as a result, IMF has recently lauded India on how the Indian digital journey can be replicated in other countries as well. So now, decoding move to slides 4. Yeah. So I'll just mention about the Government of India's initiative, which is basically the platform builder. Government of India has ensured that the platform which is built is interoperable, and it can be, the common standards were brought in. And then institutions like development financial institutions and also financial institutions played on that with a lot of private sector players, the tech companies coming in, providing solutions for the problems which they faced in accessing and also providing services. Can you go to the next slide? Yeah. So infrastructure as a service, that was the base of that. That is the India stack. So the infrastructure, the public infrastructure was built in, and any tech company can come in and access the data and then provide solutions. And then the platforms were developed. The Indian experience is that we were trying to democratize even technology, democratize banking, and democratize payment systems. All were in not-for-profit company basis. In fact, the India stack is developed on a not-for-profit company. The largest payment system, which is the 4th largest in India, in the world, is also a not-for-profit company. So we were trying to democratize it and making these services as a public good. In fact, India realized that if you want to charge for everything, the adoption and also the accessibility will be limited. We wanted that across the society, people should access that. So now coming to the India stack, which I was mentioning, the next slide. Yeah. So the Aadhaar, which is the unique identification system for each and every Indian. So what the trick played was that the Aadhaar was linked to a bank account, and the Indian bank account was, the number of bank accounts in India was very less. But if you see the last 3-4 years, almost 60% of the new accounts opened is in India. So that shows that at this point of time, almost 1.4 billion of the Indian population, which is almost 100%, is covered by the Aadhaar system. That is the digital bank account, which provides for DBT, that is direct benefit transfers. And also along with that, host of other services like digital locker, the document storing system, and then, as I told, the software as a service and also platformization of many of these activities happened. The payment system itself is a platform. Now the next journey is that the platformization of the e-commerce, that is the e-commerce platform as a not-for-profit company is being set up, so that the Amazons and the Flip and such e-commerce companies may not take profit out of whatever transactions are happening. So there, the democratization of e-commerce is also going to happen. That is the next revolution which is in the making. Next. So the basis, the JAM, which we say, that is Jantan, which is the in Hindi, if you translate to English, it is the public wealth, and then the Aadhaar and the mobile. These three were linked, and because of that, swifter movement of funds were possible. And any transactions which do in society is boiling down to some financial transactions. And if that transactions can be made swifter through public digital infrastructure, then we can make people prosperous. And that exactly was what are happening. The figures are there for you to see. And how, next slide, how the banks and development financial institutions use that. That is what the story is. So the cost of accessing services, because development financial institutions are in the business of taking away people from the dependency from the government to the private sector. So cost of accessing services and the risks which associated with those services should be reduced, and that can be done only through technology. Otherwise, it will be too costly. Even DFIs may not be profitable in that count. So as a DFI, what we were intending to do was that we were building a lot of solutions on the common public infrastructure, and then providing this as a service to the rural financial institutions, because we are primarily dealing with rural development as NABARD. So what we were doing is that we were democratizing these services, even the core banking services that we are now providing free of cost to the cooperative sector, which is almost 95,000 of them. Such units are there in the country, which we are democratizing that, and we are providing as a free services. And also the surround applications for the core banking services, payment infrastructure and mobile banking, internet banking. These are provided at subsidized cost. So now there are, next slide please. There are tailwinds which pushes digital adoption, which is first one is the consumer preferences are shifting. They are more aware of digital, and they are wanting more of activities in digital. The COVID itself was a game changer. It pushed a lot of people, even the poorest of the poor, to the digital platforms. And then there are new players which are coming in. A lot of tech players, rural tech players, agri-tech players coming in to find solutions, technology solutions for the problems which are faced. And then the interoperability of the platforms which we have built have facilitated those solutions to happen at the lower cost. And then regulatory infrastructure also was positive towards adoption. In fact, regulator, the Reserve Bank of India, is pushing most of the financial institutions to technology mode, and in fact, they are reviewing their preparedness, their cybersecurity policies regularly. And now, as far as NABARD is concerned, next, NABARD, what we are essentially doing is that, I said about the rural financial institutions, still there is a rural-urban divide in India in providing access. Almost 60% of the population is in rural areas. So the rural financial institutions, which being small, they are not able to invest in technology in a larger manner. So common infrastructure, the democratization of the core banking system, which we are providing to 95,000 odd cooperative institutions, and also around 50 of the regional banks. We are the supervisor of that. So what we are intending is that even their cybersecurity preparedness, everything is being monitored through technology. And then our supervisory activities are also digitized, and so that on a real-time basis we will be able to monitor these transactions, because we can't leave these transactions to the smaller institutions. They will be suffering in terms of technology and also expertise. So we are aware of that. Next slide, please. So what what we are now trying is that the challenges which we are doing, the political challenges where there need to be a significant political will to adopt technology, and that was happening in terms of the platformization and interoperability and the journey which itself the government of India has thought about. And then there are funding challenges which are there for providing services, which we are trying to meet through subsidized activities, and also the security challenges and the digital divide challenges, the have and have not challenges. These are all well known. And going forward, what we intend, next slide please, the last slide. So going forward, what we want is that we want to expand the digital infrastructure and increase the access to digital services through subsidized means, and then the connectivity issues need to be solved, and the tech startups need to be brought in, for which venture capital assistances are being given by our DFIs. And also we have to strengthen the cyber security, which we are tackling in bits and pieces. Data protection is very much important. The data protection bill, which is now getting passed, will be an enabler for adopting technology by the masses, and also improving the digital skills, the interoperability, which I have told. I think as development financial institutions, what we need to do is to partner across countries also, because there need to be common standards across platforms, so that one platform can talk to each other, and then we can reduce costs of adopting digital infrastructure. That is what I have to put forth in the table for all the DFIs. We need to partner and reduce the cost. Thank you. Thanks for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Saji. A lot of initiative, a lot of information that was shared today. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Tigran, Vice Chairman of Management and Management of Board, Chief of the Fund of Digital Initiative of Eurasian Development Bank.
Good afternoon, dear colleagues. I have prepared a small presentation as well, but from different point of view. One of the key elements of the emerging economic reality is the digital transformation. It has national, regional, and international dimension with clear cross-border characteristics. Also, we see a trend towards fragmentation of the global digital space. The Asia-Pacific region, and in particular Eurasian Economic Union, have no exceptions to this rule. The digital transformation here also has several dimensions. In our integration organization, the digital agenda was approved first at supranational regional level on the basis of supranational regulator, the Eurasian Economic Commission. The document, the main directions of the implementation of the Digital Agenda 2024 was officially adopted by the heads of the states Armenia, Belarus, Russia, Kazakhstan, and Kyrgyzstan in December 2016. And only after the relevant national programs of digital transformation were adopted. So the Integration Institute has become a driver of digital transformation in the Eurasian Economic Union. In 2020, the Fund for Digital Initiatives of the Eurasian Development Bank has been established. We are pleased and honored that the flagship project of the fund, the mobile application Traveling Without COVID-19, was highly marked by ADFIAP last year and was awarded its Sustainable Awards in the category Technology Development. Thank you for such a high assessment. Let me remind you that the application Traveling Without COVID-19 has successfully solved the task of ensuring safe cross-border movement of citizens during the COVID-19 pandemic. More than 5 million times the application has been used to demonstrate the results of PCR testing. Another large-scale platform launched by the fund is the application Work in the Eurasian Economic Union, designed to simplify the process of receiving public and commercial services by citizens of the Eurasian Union countries. More than 30 services are already available for the users in Russia and Armenia today. Negotiations are underway to connect other countries to the platform. We have also announced the platform as a part of our competitive application for the ADFIAP Sustainable Awards this year. Our fund is working on a number of digital projects in various sectors of the economy: medicine, jewelry, textile industry, etc. Many of the projects will be presented at 3rd Eurasian Forum in Sochi, 8 and 9 of June. In the context of the topic of digital infrastructure, I would like to mention the cross-border digital identification and cross-border digital document flow. Those are priority issues for all countries in the region. And we, within the framework of the fund, are searching for the most optimal solutions. The search for an acceptable cross-border architecture is the main task of international development institutions. I would also highlight several key banking services that a digital cross-border infrastructure should provide. The first is digital identification. It must be discussed in relation to the banking sector. The old structure of Know Your Client system is a thing of the past. Many banks already identify the customers without documents through face and voice recognition. Over time, this system will develop deeper, and it will be necessary to build a new digital banking infrastructure for it. Today, digital identification technologies are bought by the banks, but in the future they should transform, in my opinion, into a system of interbank developments. It is better to solve this problem through coalition of banks. This will reduce cost and ensure secure data exchange. So within the framework of ADFIAP, we can start actively discuss this issue of creating a joint infrastructure for this service. I have already mentioned the second service, data exchange. Every year, it occurs more elements of a full-fledged digital footprint of the client. The system of deep customer rating, which is developing in many countries, includes a huge amount of information. We have to build a digital infrastructure that should ensure a secure data flow of this information. The question is, who should own this infrastructure? And I suggest to think about it together. The third service is non-bank access to information about banking transactions. Today, banks have started selling non-personified information about financial transactions. For example, information about what people buy or where they spend money. Buying this information, business build hotels, opens shops or restaurants. This phenomenon is not regulated in the world as a whole. Although it has already been commercialized for billions of dollars. It is necessary to create not only a regulation but a specific digital infrastructure for non-discriminatory and secured access to this information. The fourth service is the interoperability of payment systems. We should seriously think about building a non-discriminatory digital infrastructure that will ensure the interoperability of payment system. A critical area for the development of the digital infrastructure of our region is the provision of harmonious combination of strategic digital initiatives of the largest regional players. I am referring to the projects of the Digital Silk Road of China, the Asia-Pacific Information Superhighway of UNESCAPE, as well as the digital agenda of the Eurasian Economic Union. This is the primary task of international development institutions, national and supranational regulators. It is necessary to ensure fair and mutually beneficial cooperation and create a cross-border space of trust for all countries. This is the only way we can prevent unfair competition in the digital infrastructure area. In conclusion, I would to say that we are open to new ideas and initiatives. So we will study your proposals with great interest. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Ikram. Next, I would like, and our final panelist, I would like to invite Mr. Adama Mariko for your presentation.
Thank you very much. Thank you to ADFIAP and also thank you to our Kazakhstan host, the Eurasian Development Bank and the national and local authorities for inviting the French Development Agency, AFD, and the Financial Common Coalition, which I both represent here today, to participate to this session. Just like other speakers, the French Development Agency considers that digital is critical lever towards sustainable development goals and has developed a roadmap specifically around smart cities. In the first slide, I wanted to point a few things. As probably the next slide, please. As technology and service are rapidly in advance, cities around the world face economic and social challenges. The idea of a smart city is often at the forefront of this digital transformation, but it can't be misleading and confusing for many things. In both developed and developing regions, cities are struggling with how to effectively integrate technology into their infrastructure and services while ensuring that it benefits their citizens and communities. Digital encompasses a range of tools and solutions based on the technology of information, communication, and computing. This requires a diverse set of policies covering connectivity, infrastructure, softwares, application, online forums, etc., etc. And it generates new actors, new ways of use, and new services as well. This phenomenon is rapidly increasing at the global level with greater speed in developed and emerging countries. Local authorities around the world are still and mostly in the learning phase. They often face challenges related to the production and adequate use of the urban data to improve the management of the city. At the same time, they need to anticipate the impact of the digital transformation on the various stakeholders within the territory. Similarly, the digital transformation, public and action, and modes of actions as well with the specificities for each territories. For example, territories can face different organizational and government and financial challenges, which must be considered to make the most of those transitions. For a public development bank such as IFD, digital is a urban development accelerator, fastening realization of SDGs, and it is in this perspective that IFD first developed an educational and interactive tool aimed at local authorities offering step-by-step support in the development of their digital projects and the construction of their leadership by bringing together their local ecosystem around them. This guide ensures that the local needs and the usage of digital service is thought through beforehand. This digital transition for local authorities requires strong political support to facilitate the appropriation of new tools by users and to steer policy towards an inclusive development for the territory. In the next slide, you can see that digital tools can also provide greater efficiency gains, generate new collaborations, and facilitate the co-construction in the territory for urban policies. For this to take place, local authorities need to build a number of policies such as digitize their intervention and improve their interaction with citizens, design and implement new modalities for communication between public, private, and civil society stakeholders, gradually integrate ICT into skills to improve impact, effectiveness, and accountability. Regulate and manage digital governance through regulatory framework and partnership. It is also important to monitor the use of digital data to mitigate the potential risk at the level of subnational government, local authorities, and municipalities. First, an economic risk with the possibility of creating monopoly of large platforms, privatizing data, or destroying precarious jobs. Second, an ecological risk with the duplication of infrastructures, increased energy consumption, carbon footprint, and recycling and reusage challenges. Finally, a social risk resulting from access and usage inequalities, discrimination, or privacy challenges. Building on this approach, IFD has established Sustainable City Roadmap, supporting numbers of projects in the field. I'm going to go in the next slide and give you just a few examples. One is a project funded in the Western Balkans to support several cities to integrate a smart city approach through local digital actions plan, leading to large-scale project financing. The smart city approach allows for a more resilient approach to climate change and promote transparency, for example, by using the data collected on sensitive infrastructures. The digital transformation also helps make access to public service more fluid for citizens. It is also supported by city visits in France for representatives from the cities, in Kosovo, in Montenegro, and also in Albania. I'm going to speed up for the next slide, please. The digital also plays a critical role in the urban transport sector. Indeed, the accumulation of data due to the geolocated smartphone, intelligent transport systems, and traffic management applications help to optimize transport networks and improve service productivity. In Ghana, IFD financed the mapping of artisanal transport, the trotros, they call them. It's privately owned shared taxis, which are the most popular form of transport in the country, which most of us can relate to in other countries as well. And we have to put the data collected at the disposal to the developers so they can use it and come up with new initiative applications. Next slide. In India, we have also helped funding and support the smart city. Next slide, please. Yeah, the French Development Agency supports the smart city mission of Indian government, which is a program of urban renewable with dimension of intelligent solutions. As part of the Indian innovation, the urban innovation competition, this program accompanies 15 cities that have won this competition in the first phase, then 12 new cities in the second phase. This mission is illustrated in particular by two examples. In Dehradun, the capital of the state of in the north, in the India, for solve the problems of traffic jams, unprofitable transport, and the air pollution. HFD supports the program and has encouraged the reorganization of the public transport route and the improvement of the traffic management and in place of the digital application for the users. In Kochi, in the southwest of the country, the city has set itself the goal of creating a sector digitalized and more centralized healthcare system. This electronic health service will include structures as a database bringing together the medical records and will allow better control the value chain for the benefits of doctors and patients. In conclusion, I want just to say that I can't stress more the important role that Public Development Bank and DFIs can play at the subnational infrastructure financing level. It's a matter that we will discuss further on. Any city, depending on its initial situation, can define objectives related to its territory and its needs. The weakness of local finance. Sorry, I'm going to the next slide, sorry. The weakness of local finance is not an obstacle either. There are simple tools and affordable digital devices that can be easily used and set up to have significant effects. What matters is strengthening the capacity of the local authorities to implement and drive the change. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Mariko. I have to say, it's been a while I moderated in this panelist session and everyone adhered to the time. Thank you, congratulations to all of the panelists today. Anyway, as a start, I will just ask a few questions to the panelists and then I'll open to the floor for any question and answers. So my first question is, I think all the four panelists touched on all the infrastructure and also all the initiatives that was undertaken by the respective organizations. But the question is on the subject of digital divide. Not all have access, not everyone has a universal access to the digital initiatives. So, if every panelist could share on your side, how are these been addressed at your organization or even at the country level to assess the digital divide where not everyone have access to the full system? Any of the panel can?
So there is a digital divide. And digital divide can be because of the infrastructure challenges, the connectivity thing, the knowledge part. All these three things can be the reason for the digital divide. Of course, these three aspects need to be addressed in a different way and by different agencies. So in terms of infrastructure challenges, of course, the common digital platform, which I was also mentioning in my speech, that will be the base, and based on that, there need to be solutions so that the people can easily access in the way in which it can be easily understood. And for providing those things, we need to have connectivity. Mostly, this digital divide will happen in the remotest of the areas where connectivity issues are there. For that, the public investments for connectivity improvement is a must, because private sector may not be interested in developing the infrastructure over there. And then the people, the capacity of the people to understand and use. For that, a lot of training programs, sensitization, and then also telling about, if you are accessing that, how can you improve, everybody will be looking at what is there in it for me. So if we can convince them that by using these things, they can improve their living standards and their income and then they can access more services, including credit services, so that there is a digital footprint which is happening because of the access. So these three aspects need to be addressed by three different types of interventions. First of all, government, and then the second aspect also partly by government and private, and the third by the development finance institutions, probably for skill building and such aspects.
What I would like to mention, that it is, this issue is a priority issue for our governments. And that's why I'm sure that during the next 3 or 4 years, we will see big progress in this area.
Our bank, since we also, in addition to our role as the biggest national development financial institution, we also lend a lot to the telecoms players to improve their infrastructure. We also work in close coordination with the Department of Information and Communication Technology to roll out the packages of portals, digital portals, in all the local government units, which, by the way, have all of them have deposit accounts with us. And in addition to that, I think we have a very retail base of customers. About 30 million of Filipinos are onboarded in the land bank ecosystem. So our role really is to connect the local government units using our digital portals to their constituents, to create more transparency and improve the ease of doing business. And I think Land Bank of the Philippines has a very crucial role in connecting all of the players in the ecosystem using digital channels. Thank you.
Thank you. That, looking at the outside aspect, however, we also have to look from the inside, our staff. So in respect of capacity building for the staff, what are the key challenges that you face within your organization? I have to admit, in my organization back home, when I first came back in 2019, I wanted to push for digital adoption. Everything, our services need to be digitalized, but I faced a lot of issues in terms of adapting to it. But however, COVID really pushed for it, and now all our services back home in PUMB are all digitalized. So I just want to ask from the panel, what are the things that you had to go through to get the capacity building up?
Yeah. Thank you. I mean, in the capacity building issue, it's more of how you share also the knowledge with others, right? So actually, I'm coming from both areas where I faced a big need of capacity building because I grew up in Africa, and also when I grew up in France as well, and I seen how they have the major use and disposal this knowledge. So that's how, being in a public development bank ecosystem, I think the most we push from a northern point of view is to finance capacity building for other also, not just the states we are working with, but also with other public development banks. That's also something I've really much noticed within the finance in common movement, and even here in ADFIAP. I've seen that it's something working within yourselves. It's like when public development banks can share through and share this knowledge of how they have challenges, this issue in one project in one country, which can probably be useful for another public development banks to avoid those issues, and just also have, I mean, it's not just for the population, right? So even as bankers, we have to know also these issues, the technological aspect, and just how to finance them regarding, for example, if I can take the the case of cities or urban development. It's not every banker that can finance urban development, because you have to have specific knowledge on how the cities work, the local authorities work, what are the laws, the decentralization aspect, but you are just, you are a banker as well. So this is the main challenges in the network of public development banks, to share this knowledge and be sure that when we finance projects, the euro or the dollar we are putting in it is not gone forever. And at the second phase, of course, the population also has to be educated somehow. But that's a working trend. And as you said, COVID have accelerated it. I mean, everywhere in the world, be it in the developing areas or the developed areas, you have the digital access is tremendous. When a child of 3 years can use every app you have in your phone, right? So this comprehension is really useful that we build on it to have major services going forward. Transport, health, education mainly.
My slogan is, we have to work and study at the same time.
Very short, sweet, and simple. Cecilia or Mr. Saji?
So talking about capacity building of staff for accelerating digital adoption. Within an organization, of course, training is always required, as the other panel speakers told, that as you work, teach them. But then the user experience of these services also need to be improved. They should not get frustrated with the challenges which they face in accessing and such other things, apart from the knowledge which they are getting. Of course, then the demographic factor also, the legacy system, they are used to the legacy systems, and once you adopt to these digital systems, then there will be a lot of resistances. The first and foremost way to penetrate those resistance, I feel that the human resource management system, which is everybody will look at what is there within me. So we have to digitize the HRMS, that is the human resources management system, and make the whole of their benefits through the system. Then they will be forced to use the system. That is one thing. Then there can be digital adapters and the digital natives, which are now because of the worsening, the age structure, new recruits are coming in, and they will be digital natives, and they should be posted as ambassadors to teach the older staff. And I think that is the way in which we should go forward. And that way, as you work, you can teach them. That can be facilitated. That's what. And in our organization, what we are trying to do is that we actually digitizing the whole of the activity. We are transforming into paperless office. And because of that, people are forced to use systems. Otherwise, their attendance management system, everything is getting digitized. So that's why we have to force them to adopt.
I think the pandemic actually accelerated the transformation of the office operations into more digital modes because of the restrictions during the pandemic. Most of our staff were working from homes, and so therefore they were trained. As mentioned by our colleague here, they were on the job training for extracting data, analyzing the data, and submitting the reports. So that's one. And now almost all our younger, the millennials and then Gen Zs, employees are very adept at using digital channels to do their work. Now, we also launched, and we have a very talented pool of IT specialists developing digital products for customers. But before we launch these digital products and services to the customers, we ask all our employees to go on board, like the mobile banking app, to do their transactions digitally using their phones. And we've been successful so far. Thank you.
Thank you to all panelists. I would like to open to the floor. If everyone here today have any questions? Please don't be shy. Yes, the gentleman in front. Any microphone?
Thank you all, guys. Uh, First of all, I agree 100% with what you said, that pandemic, accelerate digitalization. But my question now, are we ready now for any upcoming, any circumstance, such as like the pandemic that we've been through it, whereby the loss will be much less than what we've been through in the pandemic? Am I clear?
Oh, I'm sorry, sir. Can you speak louder?
Okay. See, I fully agree with what you said, that the pandemic, it accelerates the adaptation of digitalization. Now, my question, are we ready for any upcoming circumstance, such as the pandemic, which we've been through it, whereby the loss will be much less than what we've been through it before adaptation of digitalization? Am I clear? Thank you.
That's an interesting question. So, whatever pandemic we have, the experience we had during the pandemic, we evolved and digitizing our processes with that. So there were chances of error, mistakes, and all, which understandably we can all blame it in the pandemic. And then we may not have built up a perfect system, but then as we went through the experiences of pandemic, we digitized the processes, and so we are at a certain stage. Now, whether we are ready for another disruption, yes, that's a billion-dollar question, because business continuity planning is now that we are at a certain stage of digitization, we have to take care, protect those systems, and then when the next, if at all such a disruption happens, then we need to be more sensitive to the digital ways of doing, because we have to protect, first of all, whatever we have built up, and then we have to move forward to face the new challenges which may come up. Even the remote working also, I don't know whether it will be possible in the new, because we have to be prepared for the worst. That's what. So, and that for that, a lot of huge infrastructure, business continuity planning, and then the risk management systems need to be proper. A lot of technology need to be, and then the investments also need to be there, mostly by the public institutions.
Of course, I agree on that, and just to build up on that as well, I think the question is, there is a mass adoption of digital tools, and the fact that we can now use administrative process and working process through digitalization. But behind the scene, how do we use it and what for? The development of the technologies and the use of data, I think that's the perspective on how, on the future, we can be more efficient and more, what for? The question is there. So as we are speaking about climate and challenges, developing challenges, health issues, etc., the mass investment we have on digital infrastructure with the COVID, it accelerated the investments, actually. So that's what we can build on as capacity for further use of those data for public services, for example.
You would like to add some other, from supranational point of view or regional point of view? I see four big challenges. First, we have different regulation in digital areas. Second, we do not have common standards. Third, we have problems with interoperability between big ecosystems. And the fourth challenge is all our countries today are trying to protect the digital information, digital data, especially personal information. And we don't know how organized free flow of data between countries. And I think that together with developed financial institutions, we should discuss
these big challenges, suggest our solutions, how we can overcome this kind of difficulties.
Thank you. Thank you for the panelists. Oh,
With more and more information assets residing in the digital portals, cybersecurity is really a big issue now for financial institutions, and therefore investments in making sure that the information assets residing in these digital portals are secured should be a priority. So banks like my bank is really investing a lot in making sure that we have the necessary firewalls to secure the information assets of our customers. So I think that's one important consideration.
thank you. Thank you for the question. And may I still open to the floor if any more questions?
If there is no more question, we need to finalize this session.
Yeah, maybe if there's no more questions, I would just like to sum it up from what we have discussed today. Maybe there are 4 things I can summarize what we have discussed with the panelists today. One is the government push is important in respect of connectivity, especially in the rural area. However, the private sector also needs to play its role in respect of the SDG, from the SDG point of view. Number 1. Number 2, as Mr. Turaj mentioned, digital information and identification is also key important in how it can be expanded into interbanks and also in between countries. Thirdly, authorities around the world are still mostly in the learning stage. That's very interesting. And then there's still a lot of things needs to be done to push them and for them to strengthen their capabilities. And also finally, if I would say it's like system and infrastructure needs to be constantly upgraded to assist and also to be relevant. I think that's the key takeaway point from the discussion we had today. So I would like to thank all our panelists for a wonderful presentation and the discussion. And thank you for attending to all the queries that we have today. I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to ADFIAP, City of Almaty, sponsors, and all of you for joining us today. Let's us embark into this journey of exploration together and to unlock the vast potential of digital infrastructure. With that, thank you and have a wonderful day.
Thank you so much, Mr. Moderator. A round of applause, our distinguished guests. Thank you so much, our speakers. Let us ask you to stay on our stage for a few more minutes. First of all, for a memorable photo. And we would like to say thank you to our speakers before starting our next session for your participation at this panel session. And right now, let us call to the stage Mr. Maminul Islam, the ADFIAP Vice Chairman, to hand over certificates of membership to the speakers and our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, certificate of participation goes to Mr. Tigran Sargsyan. Appreciate, thank you. Certificate of membership and participation goes to Ms. Cecilia C. Parameo. Certificate of membership and participation goes to Mr. Shaji K.V. Certificate of membership and participation of ADFIAP 46 annual meetings goes to Mr. Adama Mariko. And dear guests, the last but of course not the least, our certificate of membership and participation goes to our moderator, Mr. Itzvan Zainuddin. One more time, thank you so much for your coming to Almaty and of course for your participation on our ADFIAP panel session. Thank you so much. One more time, round of applause. Thank you so much, dear guests. We move on to our next session. We have no break between first and second panel session, so please, we move on to our next panel. Please welcome the moderator for session 2, the President and Chief Executive Officer of Small Business Corporation, Philippines, Mr. Robert C. Bastillo. Session number 2, Water, Energy, and Communal Infrastructure.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I am Robert Bastillo, the President and CEO of the Small Business Corporation of the Philippines. Our company is a government corporation that assists micro, small, and medium businesses to expand and contribute more to local economic development. And in the context of our forum today, we appreciate our role as enabling also small businesses to participate more dynamically in the supply and value chains created by infrastructure development. And without much further ado, I'd like to call in our distinguished speakers, Mr. Dennis Ilin, the Vice Chairman of the Eurasian Development Bank, the Management Board, Mr. Ronnie Abdul Wahab, the CEO of Bank Pembangunan Malaysia Berhad. Okay, we have Mr. Pradana Murthy, the Director for Risk Management of the PT Sana Multi Infrastructure of Malaysia, of Indonesia, and we have Alexander Hilario Aguilar of the Pag-ibig Fund in the Philippines, and lastly, Mr. Sayad Hussein of the Fiji Development Bank, the General Manager for Finance and Administration. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, can we give them a warm round of applause? Okay, session 2 is all about water, energy, and urban or communal infrastructure. And in particular, we will explore opportunities for joint financing of hydrotechnical projects, public water supply, urban and irrigation infrastructure. Our distinguished speakers will share the best practices and experiences of their development finance institutions in accelerating the development of this infrastructure, particularly in joint syndication of financing, public-private partnerships, and other modalities of investment financing. So without, oh, by the way, I'd like to remind our speakers that we have 10 minutes or less to deliver our stories, and we won't have an individual question and answer after your time. We will have a joint question and answer portion. But before we begin, I'd like to thank the Eurasian Development Bank and the City of Almaty for the warm reception of all the delegates, and we look forward to exploring more of the beautiful, green, clean, and orderly city of Almaty in the next 2 days. So without much further ado, I'd like to call in Mr. Dennis Ilin of the Eurasian Development Bank to share with us stories about and approaches of developing infrastructure that's cross-border or coordinated across the Central Asian region.
Okay, thank you very much. And, yeah. Yeah, it's probably easier and faster if I speak from my seat. Yeah, I've got a few slides to share with you, but before that, I'd like sincerely to thank you for this opportunity to speak up, and I hope you will find a lot of interesting ideas. You'll meet a lot of interesting people, and you'll see a lot of interesting projects during your stay in Almaty and in Kazakhstan. And we're really proud of this place, and we really hope that you will enjoy it with all your heart. Moving on to our subject today, the Eurasian Development Bank is strategically involved in water issues in the region, because water has always been a crucial point for life, actually just for day-to-day life in the region, and with that it can be and it has to be obviously our priority. However, the region is already very strict with water use. Some regions experience serious deficit of water, but with the years to come, I think the pressure will be even higher. With growing population, with a growing water use, and especially with serious commitments by the local governments to reduce emissions and to reduce pollution, the water deficit of water will be probably growing unless some actual real measures taken. And if you look at the region on the map, normally two countries who are Kyrgyzstan and Tajikistan, they sit in the upper stream of main rivers in the region, and they have normally seasonal deficit of the river, while countries in the downstream like Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan and Kazakhstan, they suffer from a deficit of water, and normally they need a lot of that for irrigation and for agriculture. At the same time, the potential of energy generation of water and efficient use of water resources, it's phenomenal. Even actually, if you properly operate energy exchange between the countries, it can get increased by 5 times. But water use efficiency in kind of most conservative scenario can be easily increased twice. But interestingly, we made the calculations of required investments in the region, and in a very conservative scenario, instead of doing several projects independently in every region, and if you do it more collaboratively and more balanced, we can save at least 11 billion of investments just to achieve the same result. And that's definitely a point to consider, because this region is not the richest one, and this kind of investments is quite significant for it. Our approach is very practical. In our strategy, our bank has allocated minimum 400 million of potential investment in the coming 3 to 5 years. Specifically in water and energy complex development. Our research team, our analytical center is very deeply involved in the macro analysis on economics, and I just would like to use this opportunity to welcome you both to use our analytical materials. You can get them in the lobby, especially one on water research in a region, which is very deep analysis of current use, of potential demand, and of the ways how we can solve it together. But as a bank, as a development bank, we definitely invest money. We put cash into this region for these specific subjects. And so far, we already financed just over $4 billion US in terms of technical assistance projects to provide pre-project work and to develop project documentation, and also with a focus on balanced and integrated cross-border requirements. Currently, we have in our pipeline a number of projects which sum up to 50 billion US, which can be implemented in the area of water and energy use in your region. and that definitely can be and should be prioritized, but it's definitely a great project pipeline for any development institution interested in this region. Currently, we'll look at a massive hydropower project in Kyrgyzstan named Kambarata 1 with required investment up to $3 billion US. And at the same time, we work on relatively smaller projects in Kazakhstan, in Kyrgyzia, and related to direct water supply, like pipe extension of a water line between Russia and Astrakhan and Mangishlak for $260 million US, and transition from coal power to gas-fired power at Almaty with investments of nearly $750 million US. And this is actually our current projects which we do in the region. In terms of areas of cooperation, it can be anything. So for us, some people in the lobby and some journalists asked me how you see our development banks, our competition for you. Definitely not. And I think it's a very stupid approach when we consider development bank competing for, say, projects. Basically, you saw this on the panel this morning, everybody talks about the same challenges. Everybody is trying to solve the same problems. And in order to do that, we need to merge our resources and coordinate our activities in the region to achieve the best and most efficient result in the shortest possible period of time. And whatever forms of cooperation we together choose for that, it's irrelevant. Basically, whatever works for specific regulations for a specific country to achieve the common goals. But namely, it can be co-financing, it can be partnership of cooperation for membership, it can be a joint participation in technical assistance program, anything, all the standard instruments and tools of development institution. As Eurasian Development Bank, we're really proud to host this event and to welcome you here. Probably to give you a little bit of history, the bank has been around for 17 years. It focuses its operations in the countries of members, namely Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzia, Tajikistan, Armenia, Russia, and Belarus. And so far, we've made and financed more than 250 to 57, to be precise, national development projects in our geography. We've accumulated investment portfolio so far more than 13 billion US. At the same time, we target in the coming 5 years, we target to finance additional nearly 9 billion US in the region, and we definitely welcome any partnership and any partners to join us in achieving this target and for the benefits of the region and people living here. With that, I'd like again to thank you for your attention and thank you for coming to Almaty, to Kazakhstan, and I'm really glad to see you all here. I really hope that you will enjoy your stay here. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ilin. Thank you for sharing with us that there's so much synergy and greater efficiencies that can be achieved through region-wide research, joint research, and planning and project implementation. Thank you. Now we'd like to listen to Mr. Ronnie Abdul Wahab, the CEO of Bank Pembangunan Malaysia Berhad, who will share with us their experiences on financing water supply, energy, and communal infrastructure in Malaysia. Thank you.
Thank you, Robert. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, friends, Salim. Thank you, ADFIAP and EDB for this opportunity to share Bank Pembangunan's experience in Malaysia, as well as to thank you for allowing me particularly to learn more from everyone here. I know, my name is Ronnie. I know it's that time in the afternoon. I'll keep it short. First of all, let me start by introducing Bank Pembangunan. In English, it's Malaysia Development Bank. We are wholly owned by the government of Malaysia. We are an impact lender. One second, forgot to. And our purpose is to deliver impact capital for national development. So we have 50 years of history of infrastructure financing across Malaysia in ports, roads, airports, power plants, digital connectivity, telecommunication networks, satellites, and many other infrastructure projects. Maybe I'll highlight one or two in particular around water. Malaysia has water supply challenges as well as flood mitigation problems, as well as our drive towards renewable energy. One particular, in the recent years, we funded a project called Smart Tunnel, a dual-purpose tunnel. One purpose is for flood mitigation during the wet season in Malaysia, and the other purpose is a 4-lane expressway in the tunnel during the dry season. Our strategy is shaped by national objectives. There are two particular areas to highlight here among many others. One is around water sector transformation, which we need to deliver water supply to the rural areas, as well as sewerage service coverage, as well as reducing non-revenue water. The other aspect that we are focused on is a national energy policy where we aspire to transform 11,000 megawatts into green energy by 2040. We are a go-to partner with the government. We essentially have a desk with our private partnership agency in Malaysia, where we assist them with financing structuring capabilities, as well as prioritizing projects. I would like to share with you what next for us. Really, the traditional infrastructure financing projects are business as usual for us. But as we move forward as a bank, what are the areas of frontier that the bank needs to focus on? Essentially around impact. So we created this framework about 2.5 years ago. It's called MIND, Measuring Impact for National Development. Essentially, this is the first filter before credit, where there is an assessment framework that consists of quantitative and qualitative measures around Development Impact Index and Financial Economic Index. We take into account 6 of the 17 UN SDGs into this assessment, alongside with national development priorities. And the outcomes, the score. The minimum score we require is 42, so anything below 42, we walk away. So it's a way for us to prioritize our capital where it's truly impactful for the nation. Perhaps I would also like to share a few case studies where areas outside of the traditional infrastructure that we've been focusing on recently, they're smaller in nature, unlike the traditional infrastructure projects we did in the past. Not that we're forgetting them, we still continue doing them. So one case study is, it's a rescue operation. Essentially rescuing an abandoned housing project and converting that into 500 units of affordable homes. This is, again, this goes through our MIND framework assessment, and it certainly scores high in social inclusion. It addresses SDG 8 for jobs creation, SDG 10 for social inclusivity, and SDG 13 for communal and better management of climate and people. The next case study is around renewable energy. We look into smaller power plants in the renewable space. In this case, 3 mini hydro projects producing about 29 megawatts in the far places in Sabah. So this provides energy to the rural areas in Sabah. Next one is, as we as a nation, as we move towards renewable and green energy, we do not forget about the transition energy that we need to do. So this case study is in transition energy, where we financed about 740 million US dollar of a combined gas turbine power plant to generate around 1,200 megawatts. And finally, this is something that is closer and further away from our traditional work as a DFI. So it's around environmental development. This project focuses on a non-wood paper, so essentially addressing environmental issues here, where the plant that we finance recycles palm oil waste into paper. Certainly, this project fulfills our mine filter. It hits the 3 of the 17 UN SDGs around creating local jobs, achieving a technological breakthrough, and spring local economy. So just to conclude, we continue to be partners with the government as well as the private sector to support national agenda development and to deliver impact for Malaysia's agenda. Thank you everyone for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Roni Abdul Wahab, for sharing with us what a true development financing institution does. Yours is very well anchored on your national development strategy, on sustainable development goals, and you choose projects that have maximum impact, and you're exploring ways, innovative areas where you could also create greater impact, like transitioning to renewable energy and the like. So thank you very much for that inspiring story. Now I'd like to listen to the next speaker, who intimated to me earlier that they will be sponsoring the next annual meeting of ADFIAP. And therefore he said that it has to be inspiring today, so that you'll all go next year to Indonesia. And I'd like to call in Mr. Pradana Murthy, the Risk Director for Risk Management of PT Sarana Multi-Infrastructure, Indonesia.
Thank you very much, Robert, for the introduction. And Assalamualaikum, Shalom, good afternoon, everyone. This is the wrong slide, maybe. Well, first I'd like to introduce PT SMI, or Sarana Multi-Infrastructure. Apologies that we don't have English name yet, so bear with us with the pronunciations, but you get used to it when you come to visit Indonesia next year, hopefully. I got my slides up, please. Waiting for my slides up, I think I would just like to say that PTSMI was established 14 years ago in 2009 on the back of the need for heavy investment in infrastructure. So that's why our name is Sarana Multi-Infrastructure, means that we have to provide various forms of financings, alternatives to infrastructure. And we are 100% government-owned entity. We are a infrastructure financing company, operates under the Minister of Finance. And we are basically starting from a very, very small company, less than 100 million US dollar worth of assets. And right now, 14 years past, we are close to $8 billion company. And that also means that our products and services expanded from this financing only, providing financing to projects. We also expanded to advisory services and project development facility. Our sectors is also expanded from just the economic infrastructure. We've been expanded to also include social infrastructures such as hospitals and traditional markets and all the communal facilities here. I think there's been technical difficulties, but I hope you can bear with me and listening to my voice only. So what we are trying to say at this important event is that we as a company committed to the contribution to our national goals to support sustainable development goals through our activities, from financing, investment, advisory, and project development. We also applied 10 principles of environmental and social safeguards, which is very similar to what's adopted internationally, such as the IFC standards. And we also very much focus on strengthening our sustainable finance capability and focusing to grow our sustainable projects portfolio, which includes renewable energy. At the moment, we have totally financed close to 40 projects in renewable energy. That amounts to 500 million USD worth of our financing commitment, but that's indicates how we actually operate, which we put our own commitment and in the effort that we get the leveraging that the project needs. So the rest of the financing actually comes from multiple sources, like from the project sponsor itself, as well as development finance institutions, philanthropy, as well as bilateral agencies. So we started from, in the renewable energy, we started from mini hydro projects, and then we expanded to geothermal, solar, wind, biomass, and further we will keep expanding to our other renewable energy projects. Finally. Next, if we zoom in a bit to show some examples on how we actually achieve this leveraging and blended finance approach. I'm taking example of a few projects in mini hydro, which in this case is upgrades of existing dams. We are showing small dams to renewable energy conversions in 3 different locations in Indonesia. That's, if we look at the structure, I think most importantly, of course, there's a land lease agreement with the government who actually owns the dam, and also, as well as the off-taking agreement with PLN, our electricity company. But also, if you look at the financing structure, aside from SMI as a creditor, there's also a grant portion from UK Mentari program, which is a UK-funded program that contributes up to 20% of the capital investment needed. So that grant helps achieve the project viability. Therefore, this project can be executed. Next project I want to show is the water project Essence. Since we are talking a lot on water projects today, I think we have one very complicated water project. Although this is still in Indonesia, but if you know, Indonesia political system is very decentralized. So in this project, basically this is a transmission line projects covering more than 90 kilometers way of water transmission work, and that will connect to last mile connections in 5 different areas. So this involves 1 provincial government and 5 municipal governments. So this is very complicated in a deregulated or decentralized system. So We achieved this through 5 years of project preparations, since feasibility study and structuring, and another 4 years of construction. What is beautiful in this project is that it involves a lot of parties and commitments. Of the 130 million US dollar worth of capital investment, 50 million US dollars comes from central government budget, which in the form of subsidy, capital subsidy, and the rest comes from the local governments and the private sectors. So this is essentially a blended finance approach. And although there's a lot of lessons learned to take from this, but we take pride that this project, as complicated as that, can happen. The next one is we have agreed with our partners like AFD and European Union to provide loans and as well as grants, both in the technical assistance as well as investment grants. This is also in the effort to actually expand more on those types of projects that we've seen of the dam projects and the water project, the regional water project. The last initiative that we've undertaken or received through assignment from government last year that was announced in G20 summit, that we are now acting as Indonesia country platform manager for energy transition mechanism to support energy transition targets of Indonesia within the NDC and NZE commitments. I think the key theme that we want to share here is that the centrality of government positions as well as the use of the local DFIs, in this case us, PTSMI, as the center stage of the energy transition financing activities. So basically the country platform sits in the middle to bridge the needs from the assets as well as the source of financing, which can come from government of Indonesia, commercial sources, as well as philanthropy, multilateral, bilateral, and other impact funds. So this is very interesting challenge that we are undertaking since last year. But we are not alone, because since then we have signed with 17 partners to form grants facility, financing facility, technical assistance, as well as investment facilities to support our energy transition, which includes renewable energy scaling up, transmission lines development, as well as demand-side developments from the EV industries and so on and so forth. But the key element, the critical element in the Indonesia case is the reduction of the capacity of our coal fleets, which contributes around 62% of our energy mix. So this needs to go down significantly. So we are trying to take the first steps to finance the first 1 or 2 pilot projects this year on this space here. So I think that's all for us, from us, and thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Mr. Murthy. You know, Mr. Murthy, growing from a $100 million company to an $8 billion company is very inspiring, if you ask me. And thank you for sharing with us the challenges that you've faced in putting together complex infrastructure projects requiring multiple partnerships and multiple sources of financing. So we'd be excited to see more of your projects when you go to Indonesia next year. Thank you. Next, we'd like to hear from an agency that provides housing, mass housing, and other communal infrastructure in the Philippines. Mr. Aguilar, Mr. Alexander Hilario Aguilar, who is the Deputy Chief Executive Officer of the Pag-ibig Fund in the Philippines.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Good afternoon to everyone. Please do call me Alex. So first, let me thank ADFIAP for the opportunity to share a Pag-ibig story with you. And also, I think we need to thank the Eurasian Development Bank for sponsoring this activity. Today, I will be sharing with you what Pag-ibig has done to finance and develop sustainable homes, spur economic growth, and uplift the lives of Filipino workers. The Home Development Mutual Fund, more popularly known as Pag-ibig, is a government financial institution fully funded by workers' contributions. Its inception in the 1980s was the government's way to answer the need for national savings program and an affordable shelter financing for the Filipino worker. The name Pag-ibig Fund is actually a Filipino acronym for Pagtutulungan sa Kinabukasan, Ikaw, Bangko, Industry at Gobyerno. In English, it means Partnership for the Future, you, referring to the members, the workers, banks, industry, and the government. Through the help of these various institutions, Pag-ibig Fund has continued to strongly uphold its indivisible mandates of mobilizing the savings of workers by implementing a nationwide membership savings program and promoting home ownership through the extension of affordable housing loans. Under the law, both workers and their employers contribute 2% of the maximum fund salary cap of 5,000 pesos, or roughly around $2. Under our charter, no less than 70% of our investable funds must be allocated to shelter finance. 42 years since our inception, Pag-ibig continues to manifest stability and prudent fiscal management. This allows us to sustain our business of pursuing our mandates and finance homes towards sustainable cities. As of March this year, Pag-ibig Fund has 15.25 million active members with total assets of $15.3 billion. We have also just achieved our best performing year in 2022 when we released $2.13 billion in housing loans, allowing 105,200 of our members to have homes of their own. Both are record highs. Since 1980, Pag-ibig Fund has released a total of $18.8 billion for housing loans alone. We also extend short-term cash loans totaling to $971 million, providing immediate assistance to around 2.6 million workers who are needing or seeking financial relief. Every year, more than 2 million Filipino workers are aided by Pag-ibig Fund through these loans. Also in 2022, our members collectively saved a record high of $1.44 billion. It was also last year when we posted a record high net income of $804 million. With their strong savings collections and strong demand for home loans, Pag-ibig Fund continues to fulfill its role as a development financing institution. Based on the report of the Philippine Congressional Policy and Budget Research of our House of Representatives, for every 1 peso spent on housing construction, 3.44 pesos output is added to the economy. Because the housing industry spurs economic activities, several related industries benefit from its ripple effect. Millions of jobs and livelihood are created as over 80 industries relating to utilities, household materials, supplies, and furnishings all benefit from the construction of housing units. For every 1 billion pesos or $18 million spending in mass housing and another $18 million in real estate services, it generates around 2,305 jobs. We recognize that Pag-ibig is a major player in the Philippine housing industry. Pag-ibig is the Philippines' single largest independent source of shelter financing in the country, covering more than a third of the Philippine housing mortgage industry. Through our efforts, we ensure that we provide access to affordable home financing by keeping interest rates low and providing longer periods of amortization. As we continue to uphold our mandate of providing accessible homes to Filipino workers, Pag-ibig Fund this year committed $4.52 billion for shelter financing for the next 6 years under the Philippine government's housing program. This is equivalent to $758 million annually, which shall be used to finance the creation of quality and affordable homes across the country. The program aims to build sustainable, decent, livable homes with access to facilities like water, electricity, and are located near schools, markets, and transport hubs. This program shall ensure partnerships with the country's property developers, contractors, local government units, and other entities to help address the country's backlog. And with the topic of sustainable homes at hand, we at the Pag-ibig Fund continue to affirm our commitment and support towards achieving the United Nations Sustainable Development Goal number 11, which is to make cities and human settlements inclusive, safe, resilient, and sustainable. Among our initiatives is to pursue the Countryside Housing Initiative, or CHI. Under this initiative, we have delivered quality and green homes in unserved and underserved areas. What you see on the screen now is two of our flagship programs which we built under this program. First is the Dole Gawad housing program for employees of Dole Philippines. This project features 144 quality housing units with a lot area of 70 square meters worth $8,131. These were sold at 34% below its market value with a low monthly amortization of $34 under a 30-year loan term. Aside from the housing project, the company also initiated a livelihood program for their employees. The livelihood initiative was to grow and sell seedlings for added income. Plus, Dole Philippines also provide a financial assistance of $361 to be directly remitted to Pag-ibig Fund and credited to their housing loan balance as a performance incentive. We also promote the use of environmentally friendly materials and provide incentives for such. As an example is the Anibong Resettlement Project in Tacloban. The project was constructed for Filipinos who were devastated by Typhoon Haiyan in 2013. In building the homes, the project proponents used limestone bricks which are durable, more lasting, and affordable. And with the Philippines being a tropical country, we also encourage the acquisition and installation of solar panels for homes of our borrowers. Through our various housing loan programs, a qualified Pag-ibig Fund member can be provided funding allocation for acquisition or installation of solar panels. With this, I'm happy to report that we have already recorded more than 1,500 borrowers who availed of the solar power project. In addition to this, Pag-ibig also offers several appraisal incentives to properties with green or sustainable features. This means we provide housing developers premium points on the appraised value of their housing units based on its sustainable features. We provide up to 20% premium on the appraised value of our housing units based on, one, technologies to reduce energy consumption, methods to reduce water consumption, efficient waste management, and site sustainability. Also, as part of our efforts to promote financial inclusivity and access to our loans, we launched the Lingkod Pag-ibig on Wheels in 2020. This is our mobile branch which delivers service to our members who are in the underserved and unserved areas. As of first quarter this year, our mobile branch has been deployed in 518 areas in the Philippines and servicing over 100,000 members. And we are grateful for ADFIAP for taking recognition of the Lingkod Pag-ibig on Wheels. We also launched our official mobile app, the Virtual Pag-ibig. The app is available for download via the App Store and Google Play. Through this application, our members are able to transact online, anytime and anywhere. As development financial institutions, we carry our oath to extend all resources available towards promoting sustainable and inclusive growth. For Pag-ibig Fund, our promise to sustainability translates to three things. First, to make sure that loan programs we will cater are affordable to the Filipino worker. Second is to ensure that we advocate environmentally sustainable incentives for those who use and adopt green technologies in homes. And lastly, to always pursue prudence in managing and mobilizing the savings entrusted to us, so that a greater number of Filipino workers, their families, can continue saving for their future while fulfilling their dreams of home ownership. On behalf of Pag-ibig Fund, thank you everyone for giving us this opportunity to showcase our best cases. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Aguilar, for beating the clock.
Yeah.
Just a little trivia. Pag-ibig in the Philippines actually means love.
Yeah.
And I think it's evocative of the way that the institution has aggressively provided housing financing facilities to its clients. But not only that, I think it's also evocative of the care by which they manage their funds, growing now up to $15 billion in assets. So congratulations. So thank you. And we now move to our last speaker for this session, Mr. Syed Hussein of the Fiji Development Bank, who will share with us their experiences in supporting infrastructure development in the Oceania region. Mr. Hussein.
Thank you, and good afternoon to you all. Thank you for inviting us to be part of this panel. I will talk on the water, energy, and communal infrastructure. Getting the slide. So what will I do? I'll talk in terms of the perspective from what Fiji Allen is doing, and in terms of the challenges that we have, and then I will also mention in terms of what is the role of Fiji Development Bank in terms of contributing towards the. So while they're getting the presentation on, just briefly I want to state in terms of Fiji, where Fiji is. Some of us I think don't know where is Fiji. Fiji is a very small island nation in the Pacific. Its population is less than 1,900,000, and the economy is primarily driven by tourism and agriculture. So if you know, it's 4.5 hours flight from Sydney, Australia, and more closer to New Zealand, 2.5 hours from New Zealand. But if you talk about Singapore, it's 11 hours direct flight to Fiji. So, in terms of the climate change, Fiji is very vulnerable to climate change. When you look at the tropical nature, we have such things as sea level rise and stronger storms. We currently get very strong storms in Fiji every second or third year, which basically sometimes destroys part of the Fiji. Well, I'll talk in terms of the challenges that we have currently for water. I think most of the rural villages or rural areas currently do not have basic water supply. So they actually depend on wells and river water to depend on their basic needs or day-to-day supply for the home. So it has become probably one of the biggest challenges for the government of Fiji, where they have been partnering with and collaborating with other development partners to assist the rural community. In terms of energy, we basically and very heavily depend on fossil fuel for our engineering needs, which accounts for a significant portion of our country's imports, and it also contributes to the carbon footprint. So many rural areas or many rural communities still lack access to reliable electricity. Communal infrastructure, I think this is one of the major aspects of all countries, the roads, bridges, and public transportation. It is vital for social and economic development. However, due to the remote location and limited resources, faces major challenges in terms of maintaining and improving the structure. So I think in terms of the joint financing experience, what Fiji has gone through in terms of providing a rural electrification program, When we look at the Fiji government itself has spent close to 234 million Fijian dollars over the last 8 years to provide electricity to our rural communities, especially the villages and other part of the rural communities. So when you look at when you compare from 2018, 86%, it has been increased by 10% in 2019. We also have other donors, other development partners who have been providing assistance. Some of the donors have provided seed funding for electricity to some of the villages, and particularly European Union is also a bigger funding partner for the country, has provided a 30 kilowatt solar hybrid project in one of the villages. In terms of Fiji Development Bank is the only development bank in the country. It's 55 years and now formed by the Parliament as a development arm of the Fiji government. So our mandate is basically to provide development projects for the development of the Fijian economy and how we can enhance the quality of life of the Fijians. FDB is the only development bank in the Pacific which has been recently accredited to Green Climate Fund. This is the world's largest climate fund provider. It's a direct national access entity. So what we have done in terms of basically moving on projects, we have taken some projects to provide funding in terms of mitigation and assisting in the climate change. So I'll basically discuss three of basically new projects. It's not a big projects like the smaller project that we at least FDB has taken, Development Bank has taken in terms of assistance and contribution to the community. So we have moved on to now that is the leading financial institution in terms of providing electric vehicle charging stations. So this is something, a new concept for Fiji. Now that we have moved on to electric vehicle and FDB has come up as providing electric charging stations to most of the urban centers. So now this is, has become one of the areas where the government has provided some sort of assistance, so people of the community want to getting electric vehicle. The second one is the photovoltaic project. This is a project that is undertaken in collaboration in terms of Green Climate Fund. It's a solar power that is provided to one of the small islands in the country, which provides 4 megawatts solar power. So we have solar panels on top, and then we have agriculture farming that is done on the ground. So that's why it's called agro-photovoltaic project. So this is something that FDB has taken in terms of is one of the first projects with the Green Climate Fund, and we at the moment in terms of implementation stage. Moving forward, I think there's another one that we are currently working on in terms of climate smart agriculture project. This is at the concept note. This has also been worked with the Green Climate Fund. This is some of US $9.75 million over 15 years that will be provided to our communities. So in conclusion, I think what we can say is that there are a lot of opportunities in terms of joint financing and working in collaboration with our developing partners who have assisted Fiji for the years. And I think now that there's a lot of focus, especially in the Pacific, where the very small islands, nation, and very vulnerable to climate change. So we have partners like Green Climate Fund, European Union, and Asian Development Bank, World Bank has come up to assist Fiji. So that's all I have in terms of my presentation. Thank you all for listening.
Thank you, Mr. Hussein, for your comprehensive stories about how you try to create lasting impact in communities in Fiji over the years and for addressing critical concerns like climate change, Fiji being susceptible, vulnerable to climate change. Okay, thank you everyone for staying within the time limit. Now we have a few minutes left for question and answer forum, so I'll kick off with just two questions. So I'll just fire off the question and we'll ask each one of you to say a few words within a minute. Sorry, we don't have much time. So the first question is, what else aside from what you have done, inspiring as they have been, what else do your institutions require? Or what more do you need to do in order to accelerate infrastructure development, particularly in the areas of energy transition, sustainable water supply, sanitation and hygiene, and urban infrastructure? So in other words, what else do you need? Maybe in the field of policy or greater cooperation or what have you. Can we start with Mr. Dennis Ilin and then we just move to the right?
Sure, yeah, thank you. Basically 2 points I'd like to say. First of all, in terms of cooperation between development institutions, on Wednesday, most of the guests will have a chance to go see our project here in Almaty, which is Almaty Ring Road. And that's actually syndicate with Islamic Development Bank and EBRD. And that's, I think, a great example of cooperation of development institution in transport infrastructure. And we'd like to see more of that in water and renewable energy generation industry. And we think that's definitely the right way for us to go together to target those projects. The other subject is, I think, was briefly touched upon during opening session this morning, if I'm not mistaken, by Ms. Suzanne from ADB, Asian Development Bank, from Suzanne Gabari. And she said that we should be doing not just new infrastructure, but we should be looking at increasing efficiency of existing infrastructure. And talking specifically about water use in this area is so bad. Actually, this region is very big in agriculture, and water irrigation is a big subject, with up to 60% of water being wasted on its way. 60 and sometimes even more. So basically, by investing into this infrastructure, by making it more efficient, just imagine how much water you can save for our use, rather than just build new power stations and generate more energy for consumption. So that's probably what we should be looking, not just at new generation and with either renewable energy or classical sources of energy, but also increasing efficiency of existing facilities. For Kazakhstan, it's probably even more important. Northern Kazakhstan depends a lot on coal. And that's actually, except for solar probably, it's the only way to provide energy to the local population. What should we do? We should stop using coal, or probably we should put some attention in improving these facilities to make it less polluting, but because that's the only source of heat and energy for the local population. And again, so it's always two sides of that. We can generate more, we can build more, and also we should be looking at the existing facilities for it to be more efficient.
Thank you, Mr. Ilin. Mr. Ronnie, what else do you need more of, or what else do you require?
Yeah, Robert, the question, accelerating infrastructure projects. The flip side of the question is, how do you make government agencies move faster?
Yes.
Well, on a more serious note, I think for us it's two parts. One part is prioritizing capital, and how do we achieve that? It's by being more proactive in policy-making involvement. So for us, it's upskilling our research and policy unit and how knowledge sharing can benefit the various related government agencies. Number two is around execution risk management. Essentially, building these infrastructure facilities require very capable infrastructure partners. So, from a credit standpoint, we are able to mitigate or at least foresee the construction risk during the construction period. So, building partnerships with not just local but multinational infrastructure partners.
Thank you very much. So far we've had greater coordination, greater efficiencies, better policy making, and better capacities in implementation. So we'd like to hear from Pag-ibig Fund. What else can we add to the formula?
Where Pag-ibig Fund is in the housing sector, so land is really important. We can bring down the cost of housing units if the lands are accessible and is bought at a cheaper price. The Philippine government and its many agencies, we have an inventory of idle lands. If these idle lands will be proclaimed for socialized housing, this would do a lot in terms of bringing down the cost. As well as, I mentioned in my presentation about the 4PH program, where the underlying objective is to really build homes for the informal settlers. According to our housing department, we have around 3.5 million informal settlers in the country. If we are able to make land available for housing projects, from idle government lands as well as privately held lands, this would mean a lot in terms of keeping the costs low and better urban planning. So that's what we need right now. Because we feel that we have already built the partnership between the financing institutions, including government financial institutions as well as the private banks. And the developers, the construction companies are also into the picture. We need to build those partnerships, and with the input of cheap and accessible land, I think that would make this problem of homelessness a little better for everyone in the Philippines.
Okay, thank you. Keeping costs low and using idle government resources to achieve this. Mr. Murthy?
I think what we can share from our experience is that so we need to be collaborative through various means like blended financing, to team up and partner with people with the same interests. So I think we need to reach out more. PTSMI obviously need to reach out more to other source of funds that are interested in investing in the SDG in the region. For example, I just knew from Mr. Hussein that Leonardo DiCaprio got a foundation who is investing in SDGs. So we don't know much about what are the universe of institutions or people who are investing in this SDGs. So we need to learn more. And being in ADFIAP, especially increase our knowledge to actually learn from other institutions as well. And looking inside is also equally important to be able to continuously transform our institutions to actually adapt to the challenges that we are facing. I think that's probably my take. Thank you.
Thank you. Reaching out to more partners and a greater collaboration among them. That's why you're hosting next year's meeting. And lastly, Mr. Hussein.
Inshallah. Yeah.
Inshallah. Mr. Hussein?
Yeah, I think for us in Fiji, in terms of limited resources and what we have seen that in terms of providing the infrastructure, the whole reliance is on the government. So times are there that the government doesn't have the resources to providing the infrastructure has been delayed. So I think that's what happens, that the resources and the benefit is not passed to the public. So what should be that I think we should have more public and private partnership. That more private organizations should also join hands with the government, providing the infrastructure, and other banks should also join in terms of assisting in providing funding. Otherwise, what will happen that we solely rely on the government to provide.
Thank you for echoing the need for greater partnerships. Okay, my next question is, well, we just need a few keywords perhaps. If you were to choose among your innovative approaches and initiatives, what would be those or one practice, best practice that you think could be adopted by other development financing institutions in your region? So can we start with Mr. Hussein?
Thank you. I think now, as I said, Fiji is very vulnerable to climate change. And now that we have a lot of development partners providing funding to Fiji, so I think it is best for us in terms of that we should move on to the more of smart agriculture financing. So when you look at most of the Pacific Island countries are more of agriculture driven. So those agriculture forms a backbone of the economy, and we need to move on to doing smart climate financing project to at least mitigate the climate effect.
Okay, thank you. Can we go to Mr. Murthy?
I would like to highlight the importance of, well, everyone knows energy transition is important. It's a global efforts to fight climate change, of course. But I think I need to highlight the importance of country ownership and clarity. So we need to institutionalize the framework of energy transition financing through a mechanism that is initiated by the host country itself. So I think the example that we are doing with the country platform initiatives, I think we want to show that the centrality of government ownership as well as the use of local DFIs is actually something that we hope it can actually successfully progress the energy transition financing.
Thank you, Mr. Murthy. Mr. Aguilar?
In terms of housing, I think government agencies need to work more together in terms of planning, in terms of harnessing expertise, in terms of addressing needs, most especially needs matching. We have had a good experience in bringing the employers, the workers, and the government agencies together so that they can address this perennial problem of housing. We have just started, but I hope that this experience would be developed further.
Thank you. Mr. Abdul Wahab.
I'd like to echo what a colleague from Indonesia, Mr. Pradana, said earlier. It's around DFIs, institutions that are way in the frontier. We need to be agile, we need to be adaptable. For us, it's about talent and nurturing talent. It's very important. We are a learning organization, learn from everyone here. But also equally important is to anchor on a purpose. At least for us, it's really about delivering impact capital.
Thank you. And lastly, Mr. Ilin.
Yeah, thank you. Just probably a quick one. I think it was mentioned earlier today about knowledge transfer, and I think Alex just mentioned about expertise and local expertise. What we definitely need to share with each other is what we know about our home regions. Actually, how we solve our problems because our challenges are the same. So I think that we believe that we know our home very well, and we'd like to share. We're open to share this knowledge. Both in terms of project finance or both in terms of macroeconomic trends. And again, you can definitely take a look at our researches outside in the lobby. But definitely, the purpose of meetings like this and discussions like this is for people to learn more and then probably to come to experts for solutions and to use this expertise and knowledge together.
Thank you, thank you. We have time for one question from the audience. Is there anybody who'd like to ask a question? An all-encompassing wise question? Anybody? I think they've been well informed. Okay, so thank you very much. This has been a very productive session too. And the keywords that remained as we leave these, are greater collaboration, greater partnerships, greater efficiencies, lowering of costs, being true to your anchor development goals and development strategy, being agile, and the ability to share, the willingness to share your best practices and knowledge so that everyone can also upgrade their competencies and capacities. So with that, we'd like to thank our distinguished panel of speakers, and we'd like to say thank you for listening to this session.
A round of applause, dear ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much, our distinguished guests and speakers. Now we would like to ask you to stay on our stage for a few more minutes just to make a historical, memorable photo and for a ceremony of handing over the certificates of appreciation to our speakers and our moderator. While making this photo, we would like to invite to the stage Vice Chairman of the Management Board, Eurasian Development Bank, Mr. Sergey Vasilyev, to hand over the certificates. The certificate of appreciation goes to Mr. Denis Ilyin. The certificate of appreciation goes to Mr. Roni Elhawa Abdul Wahab. Next certificate of appreciation goes to Mr. Pradana Murthy. Alexander Hilaro G. Aguilar. And Mr. Sayed Hussain. We appreciate you for participation. Thank you so much for being here with us for this wonderful session, and of course to our moderator. Thank you so much, dear guests. We move on to the next session, session number 3. It will start in 5 minutes. Now we have 5 minutes break.
Максим. По левому микрофону, пожалуйста. Левый микрофон от меня. Правый. Все хорошо, пару слов можно?
Раз, два, три. Добрый вечер. 6, 7. Добрый день. 6, 7. Раз, два, три, 4, 5, 6, 7. Раз, два, три, 2, 3.
Монитор, все в порядке, да?
Да, отлично.
Спасибо.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, dear guests, we need to continue according to our time plan. So please proceed to the main hall, take your seats. We are ready to continue. Ladies and gentlemen, dear participants, our distinguished guests, please proceed to the main hall. We are ready to continue our panel session and move on to session number 3. So, well, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start session number 3, transport and logistics, including food and agriculture-related infrastructure. This session will see into an important issue of logistics and agriculture, are a very important part of a local community as it contributes to the food supply and provides economic as well as environmental impacts. For agricultural operations to function and continue, they require support systems and facilities to remain viable. This infrastructure in some cases can be specific to agriculture and in others used by the public as well. Please welcome on our stage moderator of this session, Chief Executive Officer of Agricultural and Rural Development Bank, His Excellency Kao Tak. Please welcome. Good afternoon, a warm welcome.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's a great honor to be a moderator today, but by the time is running out, so I would like to introduce myself. My name is Kao Tak, is the CEO of the Agricultural and Rural Development Bank, and I'm here today. I would like to thank the bank and the mayor of Amity for the convincing this meeting today. So, without further more saying, I would like to call our speaker now to the stage. First, I would like to introduce Mr. Ruslan Delaunos, the Vice Chairman of the Management Board, Eurasian Bank, Development Bank. Please come to the stage. Our second speaker is Jerry V. Montejo, the Chief Risk Officer, Card SME Bank, and the Card Mutually Reinforcing Institution in the Philippines. Please come to the stage. The third one, I would like to invite Mr. Oleg Julius Kopjako, Director of Food and Agriculture Organization, United Nations Liaison Office, Russian Federation. Please. Next speaker is Mr. Martin Nigel from Office of Vice President Investment Operation, Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, AIIB. The last one that I would like to introduce is Mr. Temujin Surans, Director General of Asset and Liability Management Department at the Development Bank of Mongolia. So today's discussion is on the transport and logistics, including food and agriculture-related infrastructure. So transport, logistics play a very important role for the economic development, local community, rural economy, household living standard, etc. Infrastructure and logistics can foster every sector development, especially in agriculture and food safety, as well as the environment impact. Without the infrastructure, logistics, agriculture, food supply chain will be a big issue, which lead to the big challenge for the agriculture development and the food supply chain as well as food security. So without, furthermore, I would like to ask Mr. Ruslan to do the presentation or maybe share some thought or history of your organization, please. I think this switch is over there. And the organizer, please
from with the switch.
That's okay. Thank you very much. Dear colleagues, dear participants, it's a great pleasure to see all of you in the beautiful city of Almaty. The EDB is a leading multilateral development bank in Eurasia. The bank promotes the development of its member economies and the region as a whole. Over 17 years of operation, we have implemented 276 projects, resulting in a cumulative investment portfolio of $14 billion. The risks associated with global food security are intensifying. Humanity faces a growing possibility of failing to meet UN goals for ending hunger. Currently, approximately 1 billion people globally suffer from hunger and malnutrition. In the coming decades, water, energy, and climate change will be the primary challenges. 40% of the population experiences a shortage of drinking water, and food security is further impacted by energy shortages and high transport costs. We know how to address these challenges. The bank initiated 3 key investment mega projects to these: the Eurasian Transport Network, the Eurasian Commodity Distribution Network, and the Central Asian Water and Energy Complex. These areas are instrumental in fostering sustainable economic growth. The potential impact of these projects are immense. They hold the capacity to double irrigation, alleviate water scarcity by 40%, and enhance transport infrastructure. Transport infrastructure, yes, represents the first challenge we face. Global cargo turnover is on a steady rise, with figures increasing from 6 billion tons in 2000 to a projected twofold growth by 2027. Loss of food products during transportation estimated at 30%. Transport companies experience escalating costs annually due to inadequate transport infrastructure. There is a great need to expand existing export routes and develop new ones. Our response to the first challenge is the Eurasian Transport Network. The Eurasian region possesses immense transit potential, with only half of it currently being utilized. Realizing this potential necessitates collaborative efforts among Eurasian countries. Land transport offers advantages over maritime transport, including delivery times that are half as long as compared to sea routes via the Suez Canal. Over the past decade, container cargo in transit has seen a 100-fold increase. The connection of existing and prospective corridors will allow for a 40% surge in freight traffic. The bank has identified potential project for a total of $100 billion. We will invest nearly $2 billion in transport projects over 5 years. We have already completed several projects, for example, the construction of the Big Almaty Ring Road, the bank's contribution of $135 million. Another project is the Central Ring Road, with the bank's investment amounting to $318 million. We are currently considering several future projects, including the construction of a 270 kilometers Ayagos-Bakhty railway line to the border with China. The new infrastructure will increase freight traffic by 20 million tons per year. The next challenge after transport is water and energy. The demand for water is steadily increasing. The population is growing and is projected to rise by 17% by the early 2030s. Crop production is expected to grow by 45% and water consumption by 10% by 2030. Energy demand in Central Asia will increase by 34%.
On the other hand, greenhouse gas emission must be reduced by 16% by 2030. For this reason, solar and hydropower plants will become increasingly important. Overall water stress for some Central Asian regions, countries will triple by 2040. Central Asia possesses the potential not only to confront the challenges of the upcoming decade, but also to establish a foundation for a long-term economic development. We see that the response lies in the first place in the development of hydropower and other renewables. The untapped hydropower potential of Central Asia is 77%. Secondly, the region could improve water efficiency. State-of-the-art water-saving technologies could reduce water consumption by half. Additionally, regulating river flows could help mitigate water shortages by 40% in low water years. In total, we have identified potential projects with a combined value of $51.4 billion. This includes 22 combined heat and power plants, 34 hydropower plants, the reconstruction of the reclamation system. The bank plans to invest a minimum of $400 million in the upcoming years. The bank is already financing projects in the water and energy sector in Central Asia. This year we conducted two comprehensive studies in this field. We are already financing the preparation of feasibility studies for several promising hydropower facilities. This year the bank will finance the reconstruction of the 100 megawatt Kulanak hydropower plant in Kyrgyzstan, the reconstruction of Almaty thermal power plant number 3 in Kazakhstan, and the reconstruction of the Astrakhan-Mangyshlak main water pipeline also in Kazakhstan. The potential for agricultural development in the region is immense. Agricultural land is projected to expand by over 10%, bringing higher yields. The region's proximity to market with a population over 3 billion opens up opportunities to boost food exports. This will require trade infrastructure, and this is the third challenge. Many cross-border trade processes, such as customs clearance and product certification, require automation. This is a pressing need for modernization. The region will also need to construct additional storage facilities capable of accommodating 33 million tons of agricultural produce. The Eurasian Commodity Distribution Network is a system that interconnects farmers, storage facilities, retailers, transport companies, and transport infrastructure. This necessitates the establishment of a shared digital system. A digital system will significantly enhance the efficiency and transparency of the food market. The digital platform will benefit all its participants. Farmers will be able to find buyers and place their produce in warehouses, while retailers will gain the ability to locate goods entered into smart contracts and streamline logistics. State authorities will benefit from automated and paperless custom control and reliable statistics. Consumers can expect stable supplies and stable prices. The slide represents our estimations of the effects of the bank's key investment projects. Employment will increase by 1.5 percentage points and trade by 30%. The GDP of Central Asian countries can grow by an additional 1.5%. These are the main challenges and our three responses to them, that are the bank's three key investment mega projects. For the initial 5-year phase, the total financing requirements is projected at $20 billion. The bank is ready to invest $3 billion. Of course, we will need to prioritize projects, secure investors, and attract financial institutions. The bank is preparing for comprehensive project discussion with government, authorities, and businesses in Kyrgyzstan, Tajikistan, Armenia, Kazakhstan. This will be a road show involving Central Asian countries. We will represent our projects and the bank's capabilities and will identify specific projects, outline the amount of technical assistance required, and explore potential sources of funding. We therefore invite foreign participants, development banks, and international organizations to join this collaborative effort. This could be in the form of co-financing, technical assistance, joint research, or linking existing projects with the initiatives of the Eurasian Development Bank. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ruslan. Actually, I forgot to say the rule that each speaker should have 10 minutes each to present, but he just passed a little bit, no problem with that. So thank you very much for sharing all information with us today. It seems that Eurasian Development Bank has done a lot of projects in this area, especially in Almaty city. I saw that you also finance the ring road and the railway, especially the infrastructure as well. So next, please, I would like to invite Mr. Jerry Monteso to present and share perspective on the transport, logistics, including food, culture, related infrastructure. The floor is yours. Please, Jerry.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Moderator. First, I would like to take this opportunity to thank our host, ADFIAP, and the Eurasian Development Bank for inviting us here. It's a great honor and opportunity to represent our bank, our institution, to attend such a prestigious event like this. So while waiting for the presentation, our bank belongs to a group, it's Center for Agriculture and Rural Development, mutually reinforcing institution. Later on, I'll be discussing one by one those institutions and how they collaborate with each other in order to attain a common goal. Right? So, slide please. So for the past 37 years, Center for Agricultural and Rural Development, mutually reinforcing institution, has been and still are in the business of poverty eradication, and continuously finding innovative, sustainable, and accessible ways of serving our clients, especially those on the countryside or the rural MSMEs. Started out in 1986 with CARD Inc., or Center for Agriculture and Rural Development Incorporated, which is a social and development foundation providing microloans to landless housewives, initially amounting of about minimum of $100 to $200, which will be payable in a weekly term, hoping that gradually they will grow into SMEs as they venture through their house-based or backyard businesses. Entrepreneurial skill might not be inherent, but CARD MRI believes that poverty will drive these housewives to strive at their best to succeed and how they bring up their families through their roles as moms. To further promote inclusive growth and put our clients to mainstream economy, CARD Bank, MRI Rizal Bank were established, and so our members could have the opportunity to have their own bank accounts and enjoy all banking products and services in banks owned and led by the members themselves. Okay? And as they grow, their micro businesses, they started to require higher capital. Unfortunately, this leads them to go to the loan sharks, which charges them higher interest rates that eats up their capital. And so CARD SME Bank, a thrift bank, was established to meet their financing needs. CARD MRI is composed of 25 mutually reinforcing institutions working hand in hand to achieve common goal to eradicate poverty. To ensure better progress of our clients, CARD MRI established insurance companies as a safety net to mitigate the financial shocks brought about by the impact of the death of family members, health and medical needs, and severe calamities that may affect our clients' livelihood. We also believe that education is one of the potent weapons to combat poverty, so we established our own school with Cardinal MRI Development Institute, or the CMDI, which equipped not only our personnel, but also our clients' children, as well as our priority enrollees, and some were also given scholarship grants. Then Card MRI Business Development Foundation was also established, and the Likhaninay, or the Mother's Creation, were also established to provide technical assistance, product development, and marketing channel to our clients. And as we gear towards digitization and automation, information technology companies were also established through CMIT, FDSAP, and FDSI. Our support institutions such as Boticard or Card Pharmacy, Card Astro as the producer of the MRI cosmetics and basic household product, Kiosk Tour, which facilitates travel requirements and educational tours for both staff and clients, and Card MRI Publishing for promotional and printing requirements of the institutions. Okay. So about Card SME Bank, this was established in 2011. It supports the vision of Card MRI by building a sustainable and capacity-building financial institution by providing integrated financial and capacity-building banking products and services to MSMEs, upholding the high standard of financial, human, and institutional resources. We are strategically present in different key areas all over the country and still growing along with our micro and SME clients. We are now serving about 1.2 million clients with a total loan portfolio of about 6.8 million pesos or $126 million. We have 293 branch-like units that assure accessibility of our services right at their doorstep of our clients, apart from our 39 banks scattered across the country. Our microloans products consist of several products on different purposes, like the SICAP loan, their farming tools and supplies. We also have microloans for health and life insurance. For SME loan product, we provide working capital loan for inventory build-up and bridging receivables, investment loan for business fixed asset acquisitions such as land, building, machineries, and delivery vehicles. We also offer SME agri loans specially designed to match the periodic cash flow of our SME agri client. They can use also the fund to either working capital requirements such as farm input, labor costs, or other farm supplies, or fixed asset acquisitions such as building for livestock, and production, pre- and post-harvest, fuel-efficient machinery such as farm tractors, harvesters, and other livestock machineries. It's a bit of a challenge for us as a bank to make or create a value chain impact on our financing, since lending alone cannot assure business success due to several challenges such as farm gate price volatility, middlemen that dictates the price, severe weather conditions, and pests and others that affects the production of our agri clients. We have to equip our clients through capacity building activities, support the whole agri ecosystem by creating a financing value chain. Good thing that Agri Law was repealed by Republic Act 11901 and was later on guided by the BSP Circular 1159, because previously this alone focuses on the agrarian reform beneficiaries and the agri-producers, but by the law, agricultural fisheries and rural development financing, which broaden the scope of rural agri MSME financing, which is more inclusive and mandated. So this will at least force the banking institutions to provide 25% of their loanable funds to these sectors. Some of our initiatives right now on the capacity building side is the credit with education, when it is being delivered weekly through center meetings of our micro clients. They gathered on their areas, and our account officers deliver this modular topics that include several subjects, like, for example, how they grow their business, their personal development, and also the agri-development. Also, for the SME loans, we also have this Negosyo Talk series, or this is a business session caravan, which is being participated by our SME clients from our different branches. It is conducted by both virtual and physical, and several modular topics were being discussed, including the agri topics. Okay? Another initiative that being developed now by our bank is the Climate Smart Agri. This is a collaborative effort with IFC that involves players to strengthen the capacity of farmers and assure better and climate-resilient harvest with consideration to environmental risk by including technical experts and suppliers of water waste management equipment, biodigester for livestock, and trainings of how to reduce methane emission in crops production, and others. So this project is still ongoing up to now. And to discuss the collaboration between one institution to another in our card MRI, the BDSFI support program, such as the product development, the linkaging of our clients to another, and the enhancement of their production crew capacity building. Some of the interventions were the logistics support, like, for example, we tapped the delivery van of 7-Eleven, and we go to our agri-producer and buy their produce and use this vehicle for backloads and bring this produce to other areas in the country or to our other clients who are buying these types of products. And also, they are linkaging these clients from P2P or P2B, wherein this product were also produced. We are also developing this application, what we call the AgriLibra, applications being developed to help out the farmers determine what suitable crops to produce by considering weather condition, price trend, and size of farm through Droid Survey app and using geofencing made to determine the exact location of the farm. So also this is now being developed, and hopefully this will be useful to our clients. And lastly, one of the benefits that's being enjoyed by our clients to our support services is the Barangay Micro Business Entrepreneur, which allows our clients to have an exemption on tax, minimum wage, and have an access to business development services from government agencies such as TESDA, DOST, and others. So that's it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jerry. First, I think that CARD SME Bank has done a lot of activities in the Philippines to help the government reduce their poverty, especially the local communities. I saw that you have owned a lot of what we call a company chain, insurance, hospital, education, etc., that they can support each other. They provide a lot of services to the communities. Thank you very much for your insightful information. Now, furthermore, I would like to invite Mr. Oleg Kuleskobakov to give a presentation. He's from the FAO and the United Nations. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much, Chair. Good afternoon. Light is so bright that I don't see actually how many of you are in the room, but I suppose many enough to keep this discussion going, and I hope our presentation would inspire you to think over the issues we're discussing now and to questions, at least one per speaker. Please put me in an equal condition with others, so put off the time countdown, because I feel it unjust that I don't have a countdown going on. Thank you so much. So, I represent FAO, which is a specialized agency of United Nations dedicated to agriculture, and understand food agriculture not only as plant production, livestock, but also as all branches of forestry, fisheries, and rural development. FAO is the highest represented UN agency because we boast of 195 member states, one member organizations, two observer nations, which is more than our biggest brother, the United Nations itself. And we're 1 week older than the United Nations, being founded back in 1945 on October 16, which is celebrated since as World Food Day, and the United Nations Charter came into force only 1 week later, October 24. And the main purpose of FAO is to assure the world free of hunger. And unfortunately, throughout 77 years of our existence, we have not scored much on that, because almost 1 billion people, more exact 820 million, according to FAO statistic of last year, are going hungry every day. And 1 more billion is suffering from other forms of malnutrition, such as nutrients, vitamins deficiency, anemia, and overnutrition. All in all, 3 billion people cannot afford a healthy diet. Additional 1 billion would join their ranks if a shock reduced their income 1/3. Last year we had a UN summit on food systems, a very representative gathering of world leaders in New York within the framework of high-level UN General Assembly week. And the notion of food systems goes together with transport system, because out of 5 calories we consume, 2 cross at least one international border. 1 calorie out of 5 cross 2 international borders. And today, food primarily is not consumed where it is produced. It has to be transported via large distances to reach their destination, their consumers. And each of us is a food consumer, so we actually represent all population of the earth, which reached the 8 billion mark last December. And agri-food systems are very complex, starting from the production, spreading to procession, then to wholesale, to retail, and to consumption in public places, restaurants, and in households. And transport and logistics play a fundamental role in ensuring transport of food commodities, raw foods, processed foods, and food products to the consumer throughout the whole of this chain. FAO in 2021 analyzed resilience food transport network in 90 countries, representing 7 billion people. And we established that low-income countries face the biggest challenges in applying System 1 resilience measures. And out of those countries, many are situated in our region of Asia and Pacifics. And recent happenings, recent developments in international life, such as COVID-19 pandemics, which we has not overcome, at least its consequences yet, though WHO declared it closed now. Armed conflicts showed that physical infrastructures that ensure international trade connectivity and measures by governments to keep the international transport channels open are vitally important to provision of food availability in all the regions, in all countries, and inside countries, in different parts of those countries. And food systems are extremely resilient. And member nations and international organisms were inventive in adopting such steps that enabled food chains and transport food chains function efficiently, even the grimmest COVID pandemic's hours. For example, International Maritime Organization call on governments to consider seafarers and marine personnel as key workers providing essential service and exempt them from movement restrictions. China, which is famous for its closest, toughest quarantine measures, opened a green channel for fresh agricultural products and expanded e-delivery platforms to resolve logistical challenges and prevent potential risk of infection from visiting crowded food markets. The main building blocks of Asia-Pacific cooperation for connectivity are international legal instrument concluded under the roof of ESCAP. Those are Intergovernmental Agreement on Asian Highway Network, Agreement on Trans-Asia Railway Network, and Agreement on Dry Ports, and Regional Strategic Framework on Facilitation of Regional Road Transport, as well as Agreement on Paperless Trades. And we commend work done by United Nations ESCAP, also the Inland Transport Committee of the Economic Commission for Europe, and given that today we are at the very authoritative meeting of International Financial Institute, I point out the need to provide adequate financing and investment of international transport networks that largely transport, among other commodities, transport food and foodstuffs and finished food products. And at the end of my short presentation, I want to point out to a very acute problem, which is solved, we would really drastically improve the food situation, because the world produces enough food for everyone. The tricky part is to transport it safely and to distribute. And if we consider such a phenomena as food loss and waste, then globally around 14 or 1% or 1/8 of all food produced is lost between harvest and retail, and transport could do a lot to reduce that waste and its seamless functioning, its simplification of custom clearance procedures, introduction of a single transport consignment paper, physical improvement of transport infrastructure, introducing freezing chains that are state-of-the-art in all the country, especially in producers, because most of the producing countries are developing countries lacking vital infrastructure actually at the beginning of food chain. Those measures would drastically improve food situation. As we have not liquidated hunger yet, but and we're not on the way to reach the zero hunger goal by 2030, as provided for by Agenda for Sustainable Development, adopted by all member nations in 2015. But anyhow, we've laid a foundation of a sustainable development, agri-food transport chains, of agri-food production and consumption in such a way that that goal will be attainable and it will be reached, and would allow us to develop peacefully and fruitfully along all other tracks to assure happy life for all humanity. Спасибо за внимание.
Thank you. Thank you, Oleg, for sharing the information. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Martin Nagel from the AIIB to share the information on the financing infrastructure. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Can I have the presentation?
Please.
Distinguished guests and speakers, colleagues, friends, good afternoon. I'm excited to be here in beautiful Almaty today with you. I would like to thank the organizers, the ADFIAP, and the Eurasian Development Bank for these very good sessions. I would like to turn a little bit back to infrastructure and logistics. I think Oleg showed very well the challenges that we see on the agri side, the food side. At the Asian Infrastructure Investment Bank, we are by mandate focusing on infrastructure. So when we look at challenges, for instance, in food security, our main focus is the underlying infrastructure. So let me briefly introduce AIIB. As a very new multilateral development bank with a mission to foster economic growth in Asia and beyond by filling the multi-trillion infrastructure investment gap, our infrastructure investments and investments in related productive sectors all support green infrastructure with sustainability, innovation, and connectivity at the core. While benefiting from very high shareholder support from 106 members across the globe, our preferred creditor status, and a AAA rating, we adapt and innovate constantly to deliver the best tailored investment solutions to address the toughest challenges that our clients face today. Despite the impact of the pandemic over the past 3 years, AIB has made very strong progress in building our portfolio. As of today, we have approved 216 projects with a total of USD 41 billion for both sovereign and non-sovereign lending operations. Our mandate is very specific on connectivity, and in particular, cross-border connectivity. Economic corridors are at the heart of the opportunity to connect infrastructures in various domestic markets. And they are of critical importance to strengthening not just regional economic integration, but more importantly, to realize the economic growth potential that lies in regions like here in Central Asia. In 2020, AIB adopted its first corporate strategy with connectivity and regional cooperation and integration as one of the 3 thematic priorities. Our bank prioritizes projects that connect vital infrastructure and economies that are currently not linked sufficiently within national borders, across domestic borders, and in between Asia and the rest of the world. AIB's promotion of regional cooperation complements infrastructure connectivity by expanding opportunities, strengthening links between economies, and providing supplementary non-economic benefits. Our bank's investment focus on 5 broad priority areas in this sector. Let me just highlight those. Trunk linkages, cross-border connectivity, transport integration, energy pools, digital infrastructure, and urban infrastructure. Progress on this front has been made in more than 30 projects with a total of up to 7 billion to date. The concept of the shift from transport corridors to integrated economic corridors is very much what we're doing at the bank. At this moment, the case for global collaboration, for multilateral approach to solving the strongest, the most pressing needs is really where we all have to take the step to continue rebooting global growth. And we do support a growing coalition of voices calling for more collaboration. As an infrastructure investment-oriented multilateral development bank, AIB is proactively adding value to this goal through investing together with our financing partners in economic corridors across the globe. I would like to highlight one project that I think shows very well where the infrastructure on a cross-regional scale drives economic growth, innovation, and furthers economic development. I'm talking about a project that is done out of China. It's the Zhangzhou International Logistics Hub. It is the center of the China-Europe block trades. During the pandemic, it played a stabilizing role in international supply chains, and ever since has seen exponential growth, and we see a lot more to come. Our financing will further enhance the trade connectivity across the Eurasian landscape and integrate supply chains in between China, Central Asia, and Europe through the expansion and the increase in efficiency of freight activities, including multimodal cold storage, parallel vehicle imports facilities, bonded logistics centers, and the upgrade of the underlying digital systems. Last but not least, I want to just give you a bit of an overview of what we are doing in terms of connectivity projects across Asia. I would like in particular to highlight the fact that the project that you see on the right, on the top, the Dushanbe-Uzbekistan border road, was the second project that the bank approved in 2016. So Central Asia is very much at the heart of our activities, and with several roads in Uzbekistan, in Georgia, and in many other countries across Asia, we are showing that our interconnectivity mandate is really what drives our activities. And we hope to do a lot more together with our financing partners, our government clients, and of course also our non-sovereign clients through PPPs in transport and logistics. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin, for sharing the role of the AIIB in supporting the sovereign and non-sovereign project in the regions, and also present of the case study on the logistic hub in Zhengzhou of China as well. So this is a good case that we should learn for others. I don't want to talk much on that, but I would like to invite Mr. Tae Chung Chin Lokha Suran from the Development Bank of Mongolia to do the presentation, please. We thought that you are not coming, but finally you can make the trip here.
All right, thank you, Chair. Dear colleagues and distinguished guests, I will be presenting the transport and logistics cases in Mongolia. And before moving into the sector-wise, let me just briefly cover a few slides on the bank itself. So I'm representing the Development Bank of Mongolia, which is the only policy bank in Mongolia, 100% owned by the state. And as a 100% state-owned entity, we are rated as same as the sovereign. Currently, we have a total assets of roughly $1 billion worth of assets. Well, because of COVID, the past few years were quite tough for the bank.
Near the mic, please.
Okay.
We cannot hear.
Yeah, it wasn't easy for the bank for the past few years. So last year, our main accomplishment was actually dealing with our problemed assets, I should mention over here. And then because of this, the bank operations are currently being back to normal. And by that, let me just move on to the current status of the transport and logistic projects in Mongolia. So as a policy bank, the only policy bank in Mongolia, we've been out there for 12 years. We've been established in 2011. And ever since we've been established, we've been always part of this so-called large-scale development projects in Mongolia. As part of it, it does include both logistics and transport projects. So if you look at the projects we've implemented in the past, it basically is can be divided into two subcategories. Either it's in the capital city projects or it's in the rural area of the country. Because as you understand, Mongolia is landlocked country between Russia and China. We have a vast, big land to be connected by transports and logistics. So just for example, the projects we have implemented in the past, we had this project called Street Project in the early years, trying to solve this traffic jam issues in the capital city itself. And following to that, we had several highway projects as well as local road projects. By doing it, so we connected all the major cities in the country, connected to the capital city, and as well as that, we had a couple of highway projects as part of it. And next part of projects are, as a policy bank, we are the main financier when it comes to aircraft transport logistics issues. And since 2017, well, as I've said, as a country landlocked between two big nations and a country with a lot of resources when it comes to mining and agriculture, the main sectors we currently focus are mining, agriculture, energy, and infrastructure. And as part of this main sectors, there are other sectors we do finance as part of our operation, is basically the sectors on the right side. So moving on to the future projects, the ongoing projects in Mongolia, we currently have this so-called new revival or new recovery policy being implemented in Mongolia. This is a medium-term development plan until 2030. And the main objective of this policy itself is kind of economic recovery policy paper that's trying to grow the GDP as well as GDP per capita roughly by 3 times by the year of 2030. And by doing it so, it will improve our human development index as well as our livingness of the general public in Mongolia. So the policy itself is basically focused on 6 subsectors. And as you can see on the slide, port dependency and as well as this so-called rural development is one of the 2 sectors outlined in the main sectors. So going back into our main topic during this panel session, I'll be mainly focusing the projects that are within these 2 subsectors. So first project we are currently trying to implement over in Mongolia is trying to improve the airport projects. So in Mongolia, as I've said, we have a capital city, which only the capital city has an international airport over there. All the major cities has its own local airports, but it's not fully developed to international standards of receiving tourists or having this international flights. So currently we are implementing this improvements or upgrades of the airports. Secondly, we have a number of border ports with China and Russia, but when it comes to actually using these borders, 90% of our exports and imports are done through these 2 main ports, which 2 ports are connected by this main railway, which we had for the past century or so. So in order to improve our trade turnover, improving this port projects are very essential. And by improving this border ports, we have to connect it with railway projects. So third part of the projects are improving the railway network. And the last and the least project is the road projects to be improved in the country. So in order to show you this project, I just put up this slide over here. This shows the main transport and logistics network as of current, as well as the so-called projects that I've mentioned. By doing this or successfully implementing this project, we'll be having this sort of main logistics and transport mapping in Mongolia. So if you look over there, the gray ones are the current status ones, and the most highlighted ones are the blue, as well as this pink ones are the ones we are trying to implement. So as I've said, I'll be focusing on these two subsectors. So on the urban and rural recovery side, we have this certain road projects as well as decentralization of the capital city. As you can see over there, within the capital city itself, almost half of the population is currently living. So decentralizing is a major issue over there. And the other thing is providing certain subsidized loans to the rural parts of the country is another policy mandate we're trying to implement as of current. On the last slide, I just wanted to put out the other projects within the other sub-4 sectors. As I've said, mining is a crucial sector when it comes to Mongolia. 90% of our total experts are in the mining sector. So by developing this transport and logistic projects, on one hand, it will improve us or help us to expand our mining businesses. At the same time, you probably understand we do have a lot of livestock in Mongolia. If you divide the total livestock to the total population, I think we are in #1 in the world. So we do have a lot of resources when it comes to agricultural projects. So by helping us to improve the logistics and transport as well as this port issues, the other sectors can further be developed following to this project. On the last one, this is an ongoing project at the bank. We are currently financing from the bank side. Well, as I've said, we do have a vast majority of livestock in Mongolia. So using this livestock and products from the livestock, we do have certain projects that we also developed. Just showing you a case study over here. All right, that brings me to the end of the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Temujin. You share a lot of information to us today. It seems that your bank get involved with many projects in Mongolia, starting from the port, airport, agricultures, and urban infrastructure. That's a lot of information that you can see here. But before I start the Q&A session, I would like to thank all the speakers today that come to share all information and project showcase everything today. And before we come to the Q&A, I would like to ask the audience, please, to give the applause all to our speaker before we start the Q&A. I think before the audience can pose the question, I would like to pose one question to our hosts today. I would like to ask Mr. Ruslan, you mentioned that the key investment project in your report. Why are you called this like this? How do you determine your priorities, and what kind of study have you been conducted?
Thank you very much for your question. Why do we call our projects key investment mega projects? Yes, we say key projects because they are the main element of our strategy, of the bank. They are important for the governments of the member countries of the bank, and they aim to improve people's lives. And they are mega because the investment needs are very high, very huge. Cooperation is required since no financial institution alone is able to finance such projects in full. also these projects are cross-border projects. There are the cross-border questions that require coordination between all the countries, between all the members, by all parties involved. We did the special studies about these themes. We conducted 3 researches about water and energy, food security, and transport infrastructure. We identified the challenges, the goals, the financial needs, and we identified the key projects that should be financed within the 5 years and within the 20 or 30 years period. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you, Lucian. Thank you. Thank you very much. I would like to pose another question to our speaker here. Anyone can pick up the question before we start. Allow the audience to ask the question. Second question is, how does your institution participate in the equation of promoting infrastructure development to support the social and economic community development? How do you contribute? Would you mind to share the previous project that you have implemented? Any of speaker can pick up. Maybe Martin, you would like to elaborate a little bit on this? Or you want me to repeat the question again?
That would be great.
How does your institutions participate in the equation of promoting infrastructure development to support the social and economic community development?
I think many of these infrastructure projects, particularly the ones that are crossing borders, that have multiple governments involved, require very strong collaboration and upstream project development support. And that's something that I think within Asia is crucial. We have too many examples of roads that are built domestically, that have border crossings, but where the soft infrastructure and sometimes also part of the hard infrastructure is not up to the task, and therefore we see inefficiencies in those interconnections. If you take electricity, you have a very similar picture. Oftentimes the domestic transmission lines are very well developed, but when it comes to cross-border transmission, then you see gaps and inefficiencies. And I think in this area, a lot of collaboration among the developers, the financiers, and of course, the governments are required.
Thank you, Martin. I have another question, if you may allow, please. I would like to ask to Mujin. When I think your bank involved a lot of project implementations, so do you encounter any challenge in implementing the initiative? What have you done to resolve it?
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So, for the question, I think I should agree with the two fellow panelists who just mentioned, when it comes to this infrastructure projects, especially logistic projects, it's very capital intensive. So no single financial institution, especially for a cross-border projects, it's quite difficult to finance this very capital intensive project. And from the bank side, what we've experienced during this COVID period was we have built 2 main railway projects during this COVID period because most of the countries were closed. So domestically, what we've done during this period was to finance this so-called very capital intensive railway projects. On one hand, it does help us on the expert side and further projects, but the main challenge which brought to us was, since it was very capital intensive, it did affect the reserves of the country significantly. So that should be one of the main constraints when it comes to infrastructure projects.
Thanks. Jerry, you have anything to share? you encounter any challenge in implementing your project?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Actually, our bank is maybe not yet involved in big infrastructure project funding because Card SME Bank as a thrift bank focuses mainly on its clients, especially those on the outskirts, SMEs, no, or the agri-sectors especially. The challenges right now in our country is, well, previously Philippines is considered to be an agri-nation. No? We are exporting rice and other agri-produce, but now it's, you know, we are now exporting from other countries. So, but still the government pursue to develop this, and we as a non-government organization plays an important role as a catalyst and enabler by not providing not only loans but technical and capacity building services. So it should be bundled. No? It should not be funds alone in order to empower these clients, these agri-sectors. And the challenges right now is that there are farmers who still don't want to get along with the innovations, these traditional farmers. So it's up to us to how to change their mindset and put them into innovations. No? So this capacity building activities helps a lot because we include along the project some of the institutions like ours and external as part of the supply and value chain so that it will be a complete package. So there we could expect a more inclusive and sustainable growth and ensure food security in the future. So maybe that's, I think, what could be contributed, especially by a bank. Thank you.
Thank you, Jerry. I wonder with our friend from FAO can share some thought on the food security linked to the infrastructure development.
Thank you. Well, generally, in the work of any
Can you put the mic near?
Yeah, in the work of any international organism which is mandated to work out general rules, recommendations, policies, declare international days and decades. The tricky part is to assure ownership of this or that process by your counterpart. Because you might invent whatever excellent product, you must sell it to those who will implement. I'll give you one short example. This year was declared by the United Nations upon FAO initiative, International Year of the Millet. So millet are small edible grains. In Russian it's prosa, different name, psheno и prosa. Well, which leads sometimes to confusion. Thanks God in English it's millets as commodity and millets as a final project. And those of you who are coming from India and Pakistan, countries of Africa, know very well what millet is. So the tricky part was to promote millet in my host country, which is Russian Federation, and which used to produce some 2 million tons of millet annually. And now, back in 1991, the last year of the USSR existence, now that production dwindled tenfold. So millets remain a favorite food product, especially for kids in kindergarten schools. So we helped to set up a national committee for the Year of the Millet, combining lawmakers, local governments, producers, food retail chains. And the tricky part for me is to get the television chefs, who are very popular but difficult to exceed, but still we've just finalized that committee, and I had a short meeting with one of the largest food retail chain who promised to have an advertisement campaigns, to print out leaflets, to make sales on the millet. So that's it. You assure ownership and you're in for success, and that's what we are trying to do. And also give a crisp, clear message. Do not say we have 20 strategic objectives, each of one subdivide into 12 goals. Each goal has 25 indicators. In FAO, our Director General, Dr. Tsu, now formulated in 4 betters: better production, better consumption, better environment, and better life for everybody. That's what I wish all of us. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. I think we ran out of time already. I think we should have a question from our audience today. If you have, you can raise your hand and then you pose a question to any of our speaker here. If you have, please, gentleman over there.
Mr. Moderator, we have time only for one question,
Yeah.
if you don't mind.
Only one question.
Colleagues, thank you for interesting section. It seems that food loss and waste also poses a significant problem for Central Asia. If I may ask colleagues, maybe from FAO, to elaborate a little bit, how could this problem be approached on the infrastructure part, or any other policies that can support the reduction of food loss and waste? Thank you.
Okay, if I may take this one. Yes, of course, as for a group of countries with hot climate, with great distances, with inadequate so far infrastructure between, including transport, remote areas and urban areas, it is important to invest in transport, invest in production facilities, so the more products are processed and conserved at the production site, the easier they will be transported. Is, of course, one of the key dimensions is to enhance cooperation between the countries of the region, to boost up export capacity, to promote the products inside, to assure education of population starting from school and kindergartens, to allow access to markets of all kinds of producers, starting with the farmers, with smallholders, and ending by huge production and retail chains, and to assure affordable credit and incentive schemes, especially for the smallholder farmers, because in the Central Asia countries, they are the mainstay of agricultural sectors. That's about 3-4 key steps I would have taken in this. And I wish you all the success in doing that, because much has been achieved so far, and many good steps and reforms and actions are being done with the help of financial institutions present here.
Thank you, Mr. Ole. Now our session 3 comes to an end. But before we end here, I would like to give 1 minute to each speaker. If you have any takeaway note, please come. If you don't have, we can end the session soon. Please start from Martin, if you have.
Yeah, thank you. I want to refer not just to this session, but to the morning session with our distinguished speakers. I think what we are seeing across these discussions is that there needs to be a lot more integration and collaboration across various sectors. If you take today's setup of a typical government, oftentimes several ministries across various responsibilities have to collaborate. And the same is true for financing institutions. So I think this is a very good discussion that we had today. Thank you.
Thank you. I would add to that the necessity of enhanced cooperation between member states and the international institutions that they are part of, because international organisms do not have an agenda of its own. They follow what their member states and constituent members tell them to do. So let us use more effectively and efficiently those channels of international cooperation that exist and create new ones when it is necessary.
Thanks. Thierry, yeah, please.
turn on your mic, President.
Hi. So I think the key word here is collaboration. Because, food security really is an issue that we should address as early as now. And it cannot be done only by one or one department or one institution alone. It should be a collaborative effort, especially with the government and non-government organization, in order to empower the producers or the farmers, not only the farmers but their community, and create a a value chain that would support the food supply. And I think it should be considered or have a balanced consideration between the geographic locations of our farmers, because if there will be so much supply, the price suffers, the rule of economy. So it should be considered, and this can be done by the use of technology to assist, and enabled by different agencies and organizations, but they have to work together for this to happen. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Sherry. I think our session come to end today. Now, again, thank you very much for our speaker to have to share a wonderful experience on importance of transport and logistics. I would like to end our panel discussion here. Thank you very much, and please give applause to our speaker again.
Thank you so much, our distinguished guests, dear speakers, and Mr. Moderator. We would like to ask you to stay for a few minutes on our stage for memorable photo session. And of course, we have a special awarding ceremony, handing over the certificates of appreciation. For this ceremony, let us please invite to the stage the chairman Oman Development Bank, Mr. Mohammed Abu Bakr Al-Ghassani. First certificate goes to Mr. Ruslan Dalyanov. Thank you so much for your participation at this panel session. Next certificate of appreciation goes to Mr. Jerry V. Montejo. So much. We appreciate Mr. Oleg Kobyakov. Thank you so much. This certificate is for Mr. Martin Nigeli. We appreciate Mr. Timujin Lagwa Suren. And of course, dear ladies and gentlemen, please your warmest applause to our moderator, His Excellency Dr. Kao Tak. Thank you so much. So now, dear ladies and gentlemen, we are ready to start our last session for today, session number 4, in 1 minute. So, well, dear ladies and gentlemen, no more than 1 or 2 minutes and we are ready to start. We are already over-timed our time plan for today, so please be ready in 1 minute. So, well, dear ladies and gentlemen, now we are to conclude our first conference day with the last session dedicated to finance infrastructure. Please give your warm welcome to the session moderator, President and Chief Executive Officer of Credit Guarantee Corporation Malaysia Berhad, Mr. Datuk Modzamri Modishak. Please welcome. Sir.
Thank you very much to the MC for the kind introduction. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh and good afternoon. I would like to invite on stage the first speaker, Sergei Storchak, Senior Banker from the Eurasian State Development Corporation. Please welcome him. Our second speaker, Maria Roldez Apenas, Board Director, Development Bank of the Philippines. And our third speaker, David Sinate, Chief General Manager, India Exim Bank. Last but not least, our fourth and last speaker for today, Mr. Michael Deflefson, Chief Innovative Finance and International Financial Institution, United Nations Industrial Development Organization, UNIDO. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of the four esteemed speakers for this session, I would like to thank ADFIAP and EDB for organizing and hosting this event and for providing us with the opportunity for this knowledge sharing session. Our four esteemed speakers today will share their knowledge, experiences, and best practices in infrastructure finance. They shall be sharing or talking about their respective organizations, capacity initiatives, vehicles and instruments used in the 10 minutes that has been allocated to each one of them. Q&A shall be after the last speaker's presentation. Without further ado, I would like to invite our first speaker, Sergey, to get the ball rolling. Over to you.
Good evening. I understand everyone is a bit tired, but please keep attention to our presentations. Finally, we came to the money. The whole day was devoted to the infrastructure as it is can be constructed without financing. So now we are going to speak about directly how the money should be used and where they can be founded or taken. During morning session, you remember that our colleagues from Asia Development Bank said that there's no problem with the money. The system is full of money. There's problem with the bankable projects. So I would like to say to go a bit further. There's problem how to structure the utilization of the money. Even if you have good resources and fail to structure the deal with necessary documentations, it would be rather difficult to have a good project and have good results. From this point of view, I would like to touch upon about so-called blended finance. A couple of times our previous speakers mentioned these, but frankly speaking, I don't really understand why it is being discussed on purely between professionals and not in wilder courses. So it's a bit strange for me because I understand that the tendency to increase the utilization of blended finance is very strong. I would like to remind you that the blended finance started from the developing nations, from the necessity to finance risky projects in developing nations or emerging markets as well. What's happened nowadays? It's turned to be that blended finance are being used in developed nations for climate project financing. Examples are on the tables. Two general decisions in the United States by the President and by the Congress, one devoted to the so-called Act on Inflation, the other Act on infrastructure. In both cases, it is clearly blended finance are going to be used, even so such word combinations are not being used. In the European Union, the same story. This net zero program, where the money combined from different sources and are going to be used. So just a bit of theory or methodology. It's very important to understand what kind of method can be used for blending. In terms of what kind of financial instruments can be used, it's rather simple. They are the same all everywhere. Loans and credits, equity and grants. But how to blend? This is very interesting. And I would like to say that in different jurisdictions, there are alike examples, but not in everything. So, first syndications, then de-risking, so-called de-risking, using de-risking where two instruments I use, guarantees and tranches. funds and facilities, and PPP contracts. I would like to say from the beginning that PPP contracts, if used mostly internally for inside jurisdictions, not outside, not abroad, because of the very difficult structure. So there are several reasons to actively use blended finance. First, these practices significantly improves the financial viability of project, often giving the investor sustained access to the market resources. Second, blended allows for various additional benefits that positively affect the project. It is often a guarantee of high-quality investment through the participation of our institutions, frankly speaking, of DFIs. Third, projects using blended rarely fail. Further, blended improves financial sustainability of the project due to the strict assessment of the investor of debt sustainability of the initiator of the project. And finally, the use of blended facilitates cooperation and coordination among various actors. And you can imagine, and we all know that when infrastructure project on the table, there are quite a number of different actors. So all these instruments and the method of blending are being used by my corporations. In 2018, the government came to the decision to set up a special mechanism which is called Project Finance Facility, or PFFF. PFFS uses almost, as I said, the entire set of blending methods, as well as the tools of blended finance. Funding of the VEB project activities is based on syndications, frankly speaking. Its share in each individual, or my share in each individual investment is limited to 15–20% of the cost of the project, with the rest financed by the partner banks. The practice of de-risking is in the form of guarantees and tranches of financial flows is actively used. The most risky junior tranche A remains on the VEB balance, which funds are usually used to finance the initial phase of the project, the most risky phase, you know. In our arsenal is also the tranche number with the title C, which is to be used when the price of the project increase or there's some delays in the implementation of the project. Finally, there are grants funded by the government's subsidy used to keep the interest rates on the loans and at the level acceptable for the project financial models. So yeah, I have some figures about the achievement. The story of the fabric is not so long, but still we already approved 34 projects, and more than 30 projects are in our pipeline. The calculation shows that for every ruble financed by VEB, there are 3–4 rubles of private funds. Moreover, the use of the PFF ensured high budget efficiency. The cost of the state to support this mechanism did not reach even 1% per year on average volume of infrastructure investments. So my hope, my wish is that here at ADFIAP we somehow exchange more about the national utilization of the blended finance, because I am sure that the experiences are quite developing, in some cases maybe even deeper and wider than in our case, because I have repeat, we use it only for last 5 years. And to conclude, I would like to say that we unfortunately failed at the early stages to use widely equity funds or facility funds. So nowadays, this mistake is taken by the government as a fact. So, and we are working on the setting up equity funds. The money would come from the private sector. We hope that the volume of the fund would be more than 2 billion of US dollars, or equivalent in rubles, of course. We, as a state development corporation, will manage the fund on the same basis as we manage the factory itself. So we'll issue guarantees for those who come with their equity in a new project, and we will guarantee the income not less than 4% per year. So this will help to decrease one of the cornerstones of our history, that the initiator of the project need to allocate 20% of the volume of the proposed project by itself in terms of equity. So this is my story. I have something more to add, but time passed. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you, Michael. Over to you, Maria. Maria, over to you. Thank you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, esteemed colleagues. You are very distinguished leaders and advocates of development financing in the Asia Pacific. And as a founding member of the ADFIAP in 1976, the Development Bank of the Philippines recognizes firmly the significance of the ADFIAP annual meetings in being still a relevant platform in sharing best practices, innovative approaches, but most importantly, to be able to support each other in a collective action on common issues that we share: poverty alleviation, protection of the environment, climate change, and education and healthcare for all. The DBP has been around for 76 years. And we started in the 1940s because we funded the rehabilitation of the damages of World War II. And today, we are the mandated infrastructure bank of the Philippines. Very key in our role as a development bank is financial inclusion. To support financial inclusion, DBP expands its presence in partnerships with community development financial institutions such as rural banks, cooperatives, microfinance institutions, finance technology, fintechs, and civil society or non-government organizations, thereby enabling unbanked Filipinos access to banking and financial services. Private sector participation is very, very crucial for development financing, especially in infrastructure, because government development financing institutions like us is unable to address and to deliver support to all priority projects given the limitations that we all experience, particularly now after the pandemic. This process, in involving private sector participation, DBP goes through a very tedious process of consultations among project proponents and stakeholders, both government and private, at various levels, local and foreign. These tedious consultations we found as very effective, especially in making our number one client, the Filipino people, to be aware of what we are, and to help, like CARD. You heard CARD. This is a very good way that we also expand our presence to organizations like CARD and also other national government agencies. In financing infrastructure, the DBP adheres to the definition of Bangko Sentral, our Central Bank of the Philippines, of infrastructure projects for public use, as distinct and different from real estate loans. It's a big difference. The DBP subscribes to the principles of the UN Environment Programme and the International Institute for Sustainable Development, principles in which sustainable infrastructure is being systems that are planned, designed, constructed, operated, and decommissioned in a manner that ensures economic, financial, and social, environmental, and institutional sustainability over the entire infrastructure life cycle. Hence, from the development lens, sustainable infrastructure must be both financially viable and must generate palpable societal benefits. Therefore, the DBP ensures serious considerations of any adverse environmental and social impacts. And these have to be mitigated. So when we talk to our partners, we do a lot of research also on their background. We do a lot of research of their other projects. So this prescribed project management cycle is carefully followed to make infrastructure truly sustainable. In the oversight committee, the board oversight committee that I chair, having identified the key drivers of our success based on the business model of the DBP for long-term value creation, we look at the bank's policies and implementation. First, to be consistent with our development mandate. Second, that our funds are invested and utilized for lending that are safeguarded, because the Development Bank of the Philippines is wholly owned by our government, and every profit that we make goes back to the national treasury. Third, DBP adheres to the do no harm principle. We are committed to social protection of indigenous people, gender, child welfare, occupational and community health and safety. And we have defined performance measures for environmental and social impact monitoring and evaluation of these measures. I'm not following anymore the presentation. DBP also undertakes corporate social responsibility, especially our DBP Forest Program. We have programs that support projects that protects the critical watersheds and coastal areas, and we plant trees in open forest areas. We also give scholarships to qualified high school graduates in schools accredited by DBP, in particular paying close attention to women and to indigenous communities. By working with the national government and the private sector, DBP trailblazing creates confidence for the private sector. There have been many situations where the private banks do not want to put money because they're afraid. So what we practically do is we invest and we show them that it works. This is especially true in the Philippine Water Revolving Fund that supports our water districts. So we try to invest in projects and communities that are no-go areas for the private banks. And when they see that they are paying and it has been successful, then the private banks eventually support them without even having to tell DBP that they're supporting them. We have various projects, but I only have three minutes. Our loan portfolio, in order to concretize our commitments, is we have energy efficiency savings financing program. We have we assist our transport system in supporting the government's public utility vehicle modernization program, water for every resident, our sanitation program for the communities, our SWEEP, sustainable waste management for enhanced environmental protection. We finance hospitals in rural areas, and we also finance schools. And we finance affordable homes so that every Filipino will have a home. And we do this with Pag-ibig Fund, who was one of your speakers today. We had a very difficult time during the pandemic because of the lockdowns. And in view of this, our debt went up. But anyway, DPP assisted highly vulnerable communities through electronic contactless distribution of social amelioration. We distributed a small business wage subsidy amounting to $1 billion, which was sourced from our social security system, a social amelioration to employees of micro, small, and medium enterprises. We went into partnership with Pag-ibig Housing, the largest shelter financing institution, and with our Philippine Health Insurance for the collection of premiums for its branch nationwide. The DBP holistic approach to inclusive finance involves a balancing act of ensuring that DBP extends our financial services beyond lending. Equally important is reaching out to stakeholders through easily accessible and readily available host of banking services. As a special note, DBP since 2008 owns 99% of the only Islamic financing bank in the Philippines, the Al Amana Islamic Investment Bank. And our Department of Finance has already said that it was legal to finance infrastructure through the Sukuk bonds or the Islamic bonds. So I guess we still have our question and answer. So thank you very much. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you very much, Maria, for that sharing. Our next speaker is David Sinate. David, the floor is yours.
I'm an economist. Economists love presenting figures, but I will avoid that because we are short of time. I'll come straight to what we do at Exim Bank. Exim Bank is 100% owned by the government of India, and we actively contribute to policy formation and economic diplomacy. And can we go ahead with the slide? We have a number of finance products of the bank. I want to highlight that we are talking about creating infrastructure. One of the most important product of the bank is the lines of credit, which the Exim Bank extends to other developing economies. And as of 31st March 2023, we extended as much as $32 billion to other developing economies. And these are for, if you can see the regional development distribution. Okay, it's not shown in the slide, but I can share with you that out of this $34 billion, Asian region accounts for as much as 53% of our lines of credit extension to other developing economies. We also actively support Indian companies to execute projects overseas, and in fact, we have been very, very actively promoting Indian companies to execute projects in the SAARC countries, Asian countries, followed by Southern Africa, Southwest Asia, and if you can present some of the pictures which I had presented. Yeah, just go ahead, just go ahead, just go ahead. Yeah. I wanted to skip some of these. Yeah. Go ahead, go ahead. Just go ahead. Yeah, please go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. Okay, that's going to take some time. We are also actively looking at the sustainable practices. In fact, we recently raised $1 billion sustainability bonds. And what I would like to highlight, because in interest of time, I am in charge of the research and analysis group. And we have recently come out with joint studies on trade and investment prospects with the African Development Bank, African Exim Bank, the Inter-American Development Bank, and the Caribbean Development Bank. And we would be very happy to conduct a similar exercise with the European Development Bank to conduct a similar exercise on how to look at trade and investment relations with the EDB. In fact, if I may share with you, the government of India is looking at negotiating free trade agreements with different countries and regions. I'll give you an example: Canada, European Union, Australia, and in fact, they're looking at having a similar kind of arrangement with the European Economic Union, EU. And Exim Bank has been providing detailed inputs based on the GTAB model. So what I want to share is that, to make it short, we will be very keen to work with the European Development Bank to come up with a similar study looking at trade and investment possibilities with the Asian region. Thank you very much.
Thank you, David. Our fourth and last speaker for today, Michael.
Thank you, moderator, dear ladies and gentlemen. I'm Michael Ditlersen and look at innovative finance and our relationships with international financial institutions at the United Nations Industrial Development Organization in Vienna, Austria. Before I start, I would like to give my heartfelt gratitude to having been invited for this excellent conference organized by the association and the Eurasian Development Bank. It's a pleasure to be in Almaty. I've been a few times here, but never in this context. So I'm most appreciative also to listen into all the excellent presentations that were made in the course of today. I will give a few slides about UNIDO, what we do, but before actually immersing into the brief for this panel, I just wanted to give a bit of a background information on UNIDO, for which I have no slides, so this will be out of the top of my head. We are like the Food and Agriculture Organization in the previous panel, we are a specialized agency of the United Nations family. We have not that many member states like FAO, but still 171 member states. The most recent one being Palau, who joined in the UN family a few months ago. We're very pleased of that. And we are pretty much a technical agency. So our clientele as the only agency in the UN is a dedicated focus on industry. So industry is our clientele in all its sorts and fashions and structures. And in this, I think we are rather successful. We are having various service offerings in place. One is we are using our presence of 171 member states in Vienna to organize on a regular basis what I would call normative actions or expert groups, sessions where we are exactly pulling in experts, professors, colleagues from the academia to give advice on specific, perhaps more complex thematic areas. One that I sort of been listening in from the past few sessions during the day here was about operability issues in a cross-border context, how to align, how to make sure we all work towards the same goals. That would be, for example, a forum where UNIDO excels in organizing these kind of sessions and get the expertise from the member states and a broad set of stakeholders. We are also a technical cooperation agency, meaning that we are designing, formulating, appraising, approving and implementing and following up on technical cooperation projects and programs. And in this we have at any point in time approximately between 800 and 1,500 TC projects all over the planet. And it's in the areas that we talked about today. It's agribusiness, it's energy, a very strong focus on energy. It's also on traditional industry sectors. And in fact, it is also moving into new, very innovative areas of industry, like smart factories, smart agribusiness, artificial intelligence, blockchain technologies. You have it. We have for sure the one or the other country on this planet and the one or the other project where we have been working with all sorts of new high-tech technologies. Now, moving into my function, as it so happens, and colleagues would perhaps not believe it, but I've been working in procurement for almost 20 years. I was head of procurement in 3 different organizations, the last one at UNIDO. With the introduction of a new leadership, since December 21, we are being headed by Dr. Gerd Müller, who is a former Minister of Development from Germany, and who has a very strong vision about the organization. We've been going through a major restructuring exercise, and as part of that restructuring exercise, there are 2 new divisions. One which is focusing on public-private partnerships, which was also being mentioned in quite a few panel sessions today. It is about partnering up. It is about reaching out and teaming up with the colleagues here present. And the other one is the one headed by me in terms of innovative finance and reaching out to international financial institutions. In that context, I already would like to make the gratitude for the comments made by previous colleagues from the AIIB and the Eurasian Development Bank about their request to reaching out to other international organizations. UNIDO for sure would very much like to entertain this further and see how we can develop and work together on some of the projects. Now a few minutes, I know time is pressing, on the main brief for this panel. At UNIDO, next slide please, we are basically having in the field of bringing in sustainability in infrastructure finance, we have broadly speaking, we have 2 major interventions. The one is on capacity building and training. Can we maybe move on with the slides, please? Yeah, so strengthening national capacity. This is a very strong brief of UNIDO. Given that we are basically managed by 171 member states, there's a clear expectation that we also provide capacity building efforts to the member states, to the institutions in the member states, and try to capacity build them and achieve their objectives. And in this, we are having an extensive number of skills, vocational skills, and similar training programs in the field of vocational training, but now increasingly also artificial intelligence. I mentioned blockchain, and of course cross-functional, dependent on the industry sector on which we are focusing. Let's move on, please, on the next slide. Financial facilities for operators. This is something we are building up at the moment. I forgot to mention that we are basically a sparring partner to the audience here, to the, if I may say, the ones that have the deep pockets, the ones with the money, and the governments that are requesting our services, and we are the sparring partner in between. We are trying to bring those two ecosystems into our UNIDO programs and projects. And we are now increasingly also formulating financial facilities that would help us to prepare and implement more impactful technical cooperation programs. So whereas we in the past have very deep engagements with most of the member states who provide funding to us, and also regions of member states like the European Union, for example, and also the Green Climate Fund, the Global Environment Facility, Montreal Protocol, where we are one of the leading implementing agencies for the last 20 years. But these are all grant-funded instruments, and we are now moving into exactly what the colleague also was mentioning, blended finance, and hopefully also with the collaboration with the one or the other DFI present, look into some sort of financing packages that include debt, equity instruments, private equity, and what have you. Let's move on. 3 slides very quickly, the last ones. Move, please. Next one. This one. Just 3 examples. This is a pilot that we currently are running with the Green Climate Fund. It's unprecedented. It's the first of its kind, where we basically have teamed up with an impact investor called CAMCO, doesn't matter, and ourselves, both accredited by the GCF, and we are developing a climate resilient intervention in a number of countries in Southern Africa, where we are providing the TA component and CAMCO is providing the investment component. And this is being designed to go concurrently. And I think if this works out, we have sort of indication from both heads of organizations, the GCF and UNIDO, that this looks indeed very promising and could be replicated, I'm sure also in the context of this audience. Let's move on to the next one. The next example is from Ukraine before the conflict, I must say, where we set up a loan guarantee facility. And because of regulatory restrictions in Ukraine, we teamed up with a commercial bank to help us in issuing the guarantees. And there's a local Ukrainian bank who actually extends the financing facilities to in the field of energy efficiency in the Ukrainian sector. The last one, please. The last one is an SDG fund, a so-called SDG fund, which was set up by the UN a few years ago. Again, I think we were one of the first ones to tap into the SDG fund. In this specific case, in Uruguay, where we again teamed up with national institutions. We like to team up, you hear it, hopefully, and basically developed a scheme that also again invests into energy efficiency projects in Ukraine. I will stop here and thank you.
Thank you very much, Michael. I was told by the MC that I have to end the session at 6:30, so I have about 5 minutes. I'll fire off the first question. The first question would be, David, the biggest challenge in infrastructure financing and how do we address that? Sorry, Michael. The biggest challenge, we spoke before, the biggest challenge in infrastructure financing, and how do we address that challenge?
For sure, the biggest challenge is what a colleague also have been mentioning both in this session and previously, is that collaboration is very good, and it's absolutely, that's a prerequisite for sure, but it's also collaboration within a country and probably across multiple countries, because most of the programs and projects are increasingly more regional or perhaps even global in nature, and there the whole context of collaboration and how to divide the roles between developing financing packages and the associated technical assistance component becomes key. So I think that would be one
Thank you, Michael. Maria, in your presentation, you spoke about the importance of collaboration with strategic partners that have the common objective for financial inclusion. So I think, given the importance of stakeholder management, what are the biggest challenges that you have faced, and how do you address them?
Okay, yeah. I think that one of the biggest challenges we face in working with our partners in financial inclusion is the level of awareness of the partners as to what we are. Because we are a bank, we're not a charity institution. So we need to do a lot of financial literacy, and we in fact do financial advisory with most of our clients, either potential or prospective. That's why, as I have said, to succeed in infra financing, you have to do a lot of consultations. That's very important. And the setting of priorities, no? Because everybody wants something, and everybody has developmental needs. And yet it is a matter of helping them understand that how to prioritize. And as I've said, to have a better understanding of what is financing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think I only have about 1 minute, so I'll sum up the key points. For those of you who have questions, I'm sorry I'm unable to take it. We'll be more than happy for you to email your questions to the Secretariat, and we'll take it from there. The 3 key points in this discussion is that, firstly, infrastructure finance, we all agree that it is indeed very, very important as it facilitates and promotes economic growth. Secondly, adequate sources of fund as well as good stakeholder management are of paramount importance. And finally, with good planning and execution, infrastructure finance can definitely improve the quality of life, eradicate poverty, and it is indeed in line with the 17 UN SDGs. And with that, it allows all of us to make this world better together. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we have come to the end of our session. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and let us give a round of applause to all our 4 esteemed speakers. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, dear participants, our distinguished guests. So, a historical memorable photo with a round of applause, dear ladies and gentlemen. And of course, our special awarding ceremony, handing over special certificates of appreciation. And for this ceremony, let us please invite to the stage the Deputy Managing Director, Bank of Industry in Iran, Dr. Saeed Ali Haidari. And the first certificate of appreciation goes to Mr. Sergei Storchak. The next certificate of appreciation goes to Ms. Maria Lourdes Arsenas. appreciate for participation Mr. David Sinait. We appreciate Mr. Mikhail Detlevsen. And a round of applause to moderator of this session, Mr. Datuk Muazzamri Modishak. Ladies and gentlemen, just 1 second of your attention. We conclude our first day of working sessions, and we hope everybody agrees that it was a productive day of interesting discussions, exchange of ideas and networking. We shall continue tomorrow in the morning, and right now we are happy to invite you all to a welcome dinner organized by Eurasian Development Bank, which will take place at the Kazakh National Opera House, a visit card of a beautiful Almaty city, where you will enjoy food, drinks and entertainment program. A special shuttle buses are waiting for you outside the hotel, so please follow the direction from our staff members. See you there. Enjoy your evening and thank you so much for this wonderful day. Your round of applause, dear guests.